This is December 6th, 7:46 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is Surviving AI with JTB. That's me. Got a great show for you today. We'll be featuring the For Humanity podcast, new episode number 6 from our friend John Sherman, who's been a guest on the show, and I hope will be again. And just lots of good stuff for you. So stick with us. It's going to be fun. It'll be a musical cavalcade of good times, and maybe we'll help the human race survive because you're the heroes. So stick with us. We need you. The world needs you. If I can figure out where I am, I'm going to play some music and we'll get this thing started. We got no time to waste. We got no time to waste. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is December 6th, 2023. Good morning, Stephen Arrow. Good morning, Mike. Bravado Mike. Morning, JP. Ain't got no wrenches around here. All our wrenches are naturally and organically inserted up our anuses in this chat. We're very fortunate to have self-installed wrenches. Let's have a little bit of Jesse Jet to get us going.
They'll gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so, so you can sign off on the towers where they'll piss on your home. And if you feel like you're just powerless to answer them no, it's 'cause you are. They'll gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so, so you can sign off on the towers where they'll piss on your home. And if you feel like you're just powerless to answer them no, it's 'cause you are. It's 'cause you are. They'll gladly stagnate a living wage, snap the chains, bury it. Labor slaves in rusty cages dragged behind a chariot, led by Mr. Racial Jungle, Joseph or Iscariot, fighting over scraps as they barrage us all with variants and BuzzFeed clickbait, straight until we're paralyzed, trying to distract us from the concentration camps that Joe had swore he'd close but only chose to amplify, where they got 50-something cages made for 5 to occupy. And no, she hasn't seen the camps, but Harris swears they're paradise. She tells us the facilities are safe, and that right down to the women, they are regularly sterilized. Then she throws her head back and she proceeds to laugh, that sort of heartless cackle you'd expect from someone working steadfastly on behalf of the virus and a Congress full of parasites. And where was I? I was busy cashing every blue check, demonstrating plainly all the narratives expected from the verified. I was busy breeding verbal leeches by the terabyte, train them to exsanguinate the wealthy while they sleep at night. We the oil barons, dry and barren, say they showed us how to share and now we share alike. Tell them I contracted rabies from a feral mic. Now I'm just another species losing sleep to noise pollution and these glaring lights, forced to change its habits and adapt to just survive. But now it's safe to say that some of us are thriving in the moment, throwing shit on presidential homes beneath the paradise. So if you feel like you're just powerless, I guess you bought the lie. But I can tell they're petrified of our collective might, 'cause I can hear those gentrifiers weeping at the sight of our collective rights. And I only can imagine the intensifying fear of knowing revolution's near, and all that's left to do is simply wallow in the thick anticipation of a rabid bite. And baby, one day you can ask your leaders just what that was like before you grab a slice. So if you think you're powerless, allow me now to change your mind. Honey, if you think you're powerless, allow me now to change your mind. See, they'll pay you hourly, tax them each apart, and build a shining tower out of loopholes and cards, and tell you that you're powerless to keep you in the dark, because you aren't. Because we aren't. You see, they'll pay you hourly, tax them each apart, and make you build a shining tower out of poles and cards, where they'll tell you that you're powerless to keep you in the dark, because you aren't. Because we aren't.
Good morning. You are not powerless. You are not powerless. That's the point of the song Powerless, is that you are not powerless. You are the not powerless people. We got a great show for you here. Today, we being me, us being you, or something like that. Yeah, it's all pretend. Good morning, AZ Prod. It's all pretend. Be Spark Driver. Torp knows me real well. Torp can't have a straight conversation with me without laughing his ass off. Torp only pretends to troll me. He can troll anybody on the internet, but he can't troll me because we were both born in 1968, but I'm like a couple months his senior. Torp's just want to. Torp's just like one of my neighborhood guys. Torp don't got shit on me. Torp can come talk. He likes to get Torp. Torp's funny as shit. I love me some Torp. Torp's a funny boy. Torp gets confused. Got to remember that Torp's got massive ADD. Torp admits he's got no ability to pay attention to stuff. So Torp probably has watched, like, out of, if I do 30 hours of broadcasting a week, Torp watches like 1 hour of it. So the debate's going to be kind of like, there's no real debate, but we can talk. I love to talk to Torp. I invite Torp on all the time. Torp's funny as shit. Torp and me laugh our asses off. You wait till Torp comes on. We'll just laugh and laugh and laugh. You ain't never seen so many laughters as me and Torp got. Maybe I'll play some more Torp videos. Good morning, Sinful Toaster. Nice to see you this morning. Yeah, I'm not depressed, and the sky is not falling. We got real issues that we'll be talking about today. Now, I get sad sometimes. I'm sad for you. I'm very sad for you. I'm sad for my kids right now. I'm sad for my elderly parents living through this at the end of their lives when they should be doing something much better and feeling much happier and feeling much more secure than they do. Because this is some dog shit. This is some real terrible dog shit that we're going through. All humans are dead. Let's watch some comedy. Hold on. Dog shit.
Yeah, mobile phone camera.
I think it's mostly a phone.
It's not what I'd use on a music video, though.
Yeah, well, it's what we're using, isn't it? I mean, it's all I've got. It's taking good footage. You look good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are these supposed to be?
Those are just your function buttons for the robot.
They look like nipples.
Don't touch them. Like, I spent ages making these guys. It looks good. Now, let's just start again. It's all ahead.
Well, it doesn't look like Daft Punk. We wanted ones like Daft Punk.
I don't know who he is. They're just robots from the future, all right? Try not to walk so funky, Brett, because you're trying to make it less cool, more like, you know, electronic. Hide your neck, that's right. Okay.
The distant future, the distant future.
It is the distant future, the year 2000.
We are robots.
The world is very different ever since the robotic uprising of the mid-90s. There is no more happiness.
Affirmative.
We no longer say yes. Instead, we say affirmative.
Yes, affirmative.
Unless it's a more colloquial situation with a few robo-friends. There is only one kind of dance, the robot.
And the robo-boogie.
Oh yes, 2 kinds of dances.
Finally, robotic beings rule the world. The humans are dead. The humans are dead. We use poisonous gases, and we poison their asses. The humans are dead.
He's right, they are dead.
The humans are dead.
They look like they're dead.
It had to be done.
I'll just confirm that they're dead.
So that we could have fun.
Affirmative. I poked one, it was dead. It's just that I think she might be the one.
Sally,
Yeah.
what makes you think that?
You just know. When it happens to you, you'll know.
You said Michelle was the one.
Yeah, she's the one.
You said Claire was the one.
Yeah, she's another one.
So you get more than one.
Some people are lucky. I've had a few ones.
So how many ones can you have?
5.
How many have you had?
3. How many have you had?
Just one.
Can't we just talk to the humans? A little understanding could make things better. Can't we talk to the humans and work together now?
No, because they are dead.
Binary solo.
0000001 0000001 0000001 0000001 0000001
Come on, Sector, lick my battery. Robo Boogie. The humans are dead.
Once again without emotion,
The humans are dead, 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 dead.
Once again, without emotion, the humans are dead. Affirmative. I poked one. It was dead. Affirmative.
Occupy my mind. Mexico. Gimme an opportunity. Put me in the saddle, please. I've been ribbing my eyes away moving. I've been riveted to the task. Yeah, now smiling, that's so important. I will make my face a mask. But I'm thinking, just in passing, what if this song does nothing? 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 Bring on the requisite strangeness. It always has to get a little weird. Little weird. Yeah. Yeah, you just bring on the requisite strangeness. You bring it on, you disappear. You disappear. Don't be a man of the boom. To Florida without the ocean. But don't you wanna see how it ends? Now the door is just starting to open, and the basket depends. Don't you wanna see how it ends? I can hear you, but I can't stay here. You left me lost in a barrage. You left me born on the stairs. It's minus 11 inside my ghetto. Didn't want to get lost in the barrage. I didn't come here to settle, not to be some man on the moon, to get my little slice of heaven. Yeah, don't you wanna see how it ends? Now the door is just starting to open. Yeah, the basket depends. Don't you wanna see how it ends? How it ends.
That was the great Gord Downey from the great Canadian band, The Tragically Hip. Gord Downie was an amazing human being, musician, songwriter, an activist, and he passed away from brain cancer a couple of years ago. I think 3 years ago now, at about 52. He was exactly right around my age, and he passed away from brain cancer. Did some amazing activist work before he passed away. But he's very missed around the world. Rest in peace, Gord Downie. I'm getting myself motivated, getting you motivated too. We got a great show today. We're going to be watching the For Humanity podcast with John Sherman. We got guests coming up. We got our friend Brian from DoorDash Sucks, Gig Economy Police. He's got a new channel up there. Brian, why don't you stick your channel in the chat if you can? Your new channels in the chat. Let's just rock. Let's get me a little bit slightly more motivated before we go further. Morning, Brian.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Look, there's you. There's me.
Yes,
There's me.
sir. I got a facelift. I wanted to put on fur.
Bye bye. Hey, look, everybody. Let's get it up. This is our friend Brian from DoorDash Sucks, Gig Economy, DoorDash Gig Economy Police, and what's the name of the new channel?
Delivery Drivers Rideshare Alliance.
Oh wow!
Which
combining delivery drivers with rideshare. That's very cagey of you, Brian. Why would you combine rideshare and delivery drivers together?
Well, because I wanted to reach out to as many people as was doing these gig apps, and I used to do rideshare, so I did 6,600 rideshare for Lyft, and I have about over 2,500 for Uber. So, I guess I can be an expert in that field and talk about it. And plus it reaches out to the alliance is so we're all united together in one big alliance to try to fight the evil corporations that are fleecing
do you think
us.
there's at this point in our history of the gig apps here, do you think there's any difference between the between rideshare and last mile delivery? I mean, we know there's functional difference, but in terms of the opportunity and the scams and the AI and the way that the corporations are exploiting and the illegal activity, is there any difference?
No, in my expertise, because I've done both, I see the similarities between all of the companies, and the number one reason is that all of these corporations are all owned and controlled by the very same people that own Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Deliver That. I mean, you can tie it back to BlackRock, the company BlackRock. I mean, but
Look,
it goes even beyond that.
And it's all tied. It's all tied to the same app slave labor pool. It's all tied to the same app slave labor pool, and their desperation. So there's a. I'll show you this real quick. This is wild, Brian. So Steve Leto is a lawyer who I've had on the show before, not as a guest, but I featured his videos on the show before. He's a real good follow on the internet. But his video this morning, I just watched the first minute of. Let's watch this together, Brian. It's going to blow you away.
Sure.
People want to know, like, well, yeah, but you got choices. You don't have to be in the gig economy. You don't have to be an app slave. You're not really a slave. You don't have to be there. Well, let's find out what people have to do these days, Brian. Let's find out.
And I'll add to that after the clip. I'll add to what you just said.
Yeah. Thanks to Leto's Law. I'm going to put a thing in here, and Steve Leto. I hope he comes on the show someday. I like this guy a lot.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
What's the longest you've ever spent on hold? Adam sent me a note out of Colorado from 9news.com. Woman who spent 11 days on hold finally gets unemployment benefits. And the benefits total about $10,000, so it's a good thing she stuck it out, but 11 days on hold is a bit much. She lost her job back in May, and she didn't get her unemployment benefits until mid-November. She called dozens of times, and according to her math, she spent 11 days on hold. She's from Thornton, Colorado. She spent 278 hours on hold waiting for answers about her Colorado unemployment benefits, which she finally received in mid-November, more than 5 months after losing her job. Now, remember in the good old days, you had to stand in line, an unemployment line. You'd often hear that phrase, unemployment line.
Okay, so the link's in there for the rest of that if people want to watch Steve, but that's not surprising at all. Oregon has had a complete and total meltdown for years now of its employment department and its unemployment rolls. People are desperate. They're not getting paid. And one of the things, this is wild, Brian, one of the big focuses that they say is slowing this down is unemployment fraud. They think too many people are applying for unemployment fraudulently, which could be true. But why would people be doing that? Because the unemployment thing is a whole scam. We don't get unemployment. I remember during the pandemic when it was a forced closure, they gave gig workers some kind of limited benefit during the pandemic shutdown. I was not a gig worker yet at that time. That was right before I started being an app slave for DoorDash. So this kind of thing has been going on. There are no legitimate jobs. They've taken gig workers off the rolls. People that are unemployed are going to spend months and months and months looking, and they're going to be filtered out by AI. This is a giant scam on the lower classes to pretend that there are jobs to be had when there are not, and then offering this dog shit gig app fraud as a substitute for work, which it is not, because it's gamblified, risk-filled dog shit fraud. So anyway, that's probably enough of my foul mouth. What do you think, Brian?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, see, first off, if you tie back all of the companies to, like, let's say BlackRock, because BlackRock basically owns every major business in the United States and in the world, basically. And when you start looking at that, and so link up the gig apps, right, to each of the corporations. Let's say Shipt, okay? Shipt is part of Target, okay, with the big red bullseye zero, okay? Then you have Walmart, which runs Walmart Spark. You have Roadie, which is run by the UPS Corporation. You have DoorDash, which is on its own company, but they're owned and operated by BlackRock. You have Uber Technologies that are their own company, but they are run by BlackRock. But if you look at all the major apps, they're all owned and controlled by the same people. Why is that? Because of the very thing that you just said. The other thing is the unemployment is a scam because well, there are people that are scamming that system. But during the time that I started driving, I started driving on the gig apps in 2018. So it was a year before they started to do the lockdowns and all of that, which are coming back, folks. Did a video on this the other day on this channel, on my Delivery Drivers Rideshare Alliance channel, which is formerly known as DoorDash Sucks. And I still have the icon for that. But anyways, they're planning on bringing that back in the near future.
People can click on the
Go
link
ahead.
right there. I just put the link up there, Brian. People can click on that link and
Thank
make
you.
sure they're following that channel, because sometimes you get unfollowed. I have been unfollowed from many of you. In fact, it's wild. Every time I'm on somebody's live and I see even one of my friends come in, like Stephen Arrow, who I see every fucking day, Simple Toaster, I see every day. Obese Spark
Right.
Driver, I see all the time. I go and make sure I'm still subscribed to him, because I'll go and
Oh,
be
yeah.
like, oh, I'm not subscribed anymore.
YouTube.
I always just go double check and make sure that I'm subscribed.
Yes.
I get all their alerts, because it just knocks us off there because it sucks.
Yep.
And it's also screwing us.
Yep. YouTube doesn't want you to be sub to people who are telling the truth. That's for sure.
Right.
But yeah, make sure you go back manually and check to see if someone's posted a video, and because we're being shadow banned out here. All of the truthers. Okay.
So
But,
Brian, we've
yeah.
been enjoying an atmospheric river, which means warm, wet weather here in the Northwest. Want to see how the homeless people or the gig workers, people that make the amount that gig workers make, you want to see how they live in Portland, Oregon, Brian? Of course you do.
Yes.
You don't even have to answer that question. I was going to answer it for you. This is courtesy of our friends at News 8 Portland. Very sad story. Here's the link for you.
Along the Johnson Creek, tucked under a southeast Portland overpass, Kenny fights to stay dry.
We're all just out here trying to survive, just like everybody else.
And the rain only makes it more dangerous. He's staying at a camp just feet from a rising creek.
I don't know if he's trying to cross the creek or what.
Early Monday morning, Kenny's friend fell in.
Yeah, certainly he couldn't. He had asthma really bad, so he couldn't breathe. Me and my buddy chased him all the way down to almost to Milwaukee, alongside the creek, and You couldn't catch him.
Rescue crews recovered his body later that day.
He's my best friend. I don't know. How would you feel if you watched your best friend go in the water knowing you couldn't do about it?
Now, during these types of weather events, law enforcement warns homeless people of the dangers that can come with them. Several times a week, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Department targets floodplain areas like here off the Sandy River Delta, where a large homeless camp hides in the woods. They encourage those living there to move their sites away from the riverbanks.
We just never know when a surge is going to come through and grab somebody and make it a real dangerous situation and cause a response.
And the secluded camps along the water are tough for rescue teams to get to.
They're hidden. They're not necessarily in our view. So we don't know if we're able to reach everybody, but we certainly make an attempt at trying to educate all populations as to the dangers of what's going on in our waterways right now.
Even for people like Kenny, who's seen the risks firsthand,
At least he's in a better place now.
he doesn't believe moving will keep him safe.
It don't really matter where you camp. They're just going to kick you out anyways.
All right, so take a look. This is what the Johnson Creek levels look like right now. Now, law enforcement's work in all of this is ongoing. They tell me they're trying to stay ahead of these camps before they become so established in dangerous areas like what we saw earlier today, so that it's easier for them to move once the rivers rise. Evan?
Doesn't matter where you camp, Brian. They're going to make you move anyway. That's how we treat human beings in Portland, Oregon, Brian.
Yeah, that's part. I know a little bit about that. That's part of the Wildlands project that was out. It was back in 2003. That's an effort to get everyone to get into compact cities and stuff like that. That's basically the Hunger Games society that you're seeing happening. And
Yeah,
it's pretty.
there are. I wouldn't even be able to guess because there's never an accurate count how many people are living on the streets in Oregon, living in the woods, living in the rain and wet and cold and dying. And so we've got a whole bunch of world wars. We're funding II. We pay college football coaches $20 million a year. And then you see that nice man who just lost his best friend, Brian?
Yeah, it's sad.
What did that guy fucking do to get kicked out of society to die of exposure? What did that guy fucking do? What did he do? I guarantee nothing that deserved what he's getting.
Exactly. It's almost like
I don't care.
It's almost like banishment. It's like banishment or something.
It's genocide. It's genocide.
Yeah, it's pretty shameful.
If we looked back on Nazi Germany, and we look back in Nazi Germany, where my ancestors and relatives were predated upon by the Nazis in multiple different countries, right?
If
we look back on that, and we look back in history and saw Jews living in the woods in tents and camps and dying of exposure, we'd go, those fucking nasty ass Nazis, look at those fuckers. But guess who's the fucking nasty ass Nazis, Brian? We are.
It's funny it's not funny, but it's sad you even say that, because I'm working on a video about Nazi Germany that I'm going to be posting at my other channel, Gig Apps Exposed, pretty soon.
It's fucking pathetic, isn't it? It is what it is. It's absolutely pathetic that our standards, and that's why people accept the gig economy, because they're accepting people literally dying outside their front door while they watch TV. So of course they're going to accept app slavery. Of course,
right. Well, they're trying to get everyone used to that system so that when it gets really where they want it to bring it to the culmination of it, people will not be able to say, oh, well, I want to get out of this now and I want to go to something else, because there won't be something else to get out of. They're already using robots and everything, even in these Amazon warehouses. When I went to do Amazon Flex, you could clearly see that they were using that stuff, and they had limited amounts of people manning the machines and stuff, right? But you have a whole bunch of slave workers coming in there, and a lot of them, unfortunately, have to be immigrants that they're taking advantage of because they don't know the American system.
So check this one out, Brian. Here's a news tidbit. Love sharing the news with our friends, of course.
Yes.
so the whole scam of ghost kitchens, we all know what that is because we're in the gig economy. But look to the people that didn't know, to the people who aren't in the know, like the people who are not on the inside of global financial scams. Ghost kitchens were supposed to revolutionize restaurants. They're crashing. That's the title to this Yahoo Finance article from Nathaniel Meyersohn of CNN from yesterday, December 5th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Today is December 6th, Brian, 2023. Yesterday was December 5th, but today's December 6th. Anyway, here's the
Do you know what today is, Jeff?
Here's the
Do you know
text
what
of the article. Tell me what today is, Brian.
today is supposed to be the reset to 100% of the completion rate on the DoorDash app today.
Oh yeah, today is the DoorDash running scams on all the apps. Like yes, today is another. And Mr. Spit on You says, please, for the love of God, use your red card because Mr. Spit on You gets paid by the red card. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and read this article about this global
Sure.
scam that we've been involved in because this is just organized crime. We knew it all along, and this is money laundering, labor laundering. People think these guys care if they lose money on the books. They don't because it's global labor laundering and global money laundering, Brian. They don't care what the books look like. The books are for PR. The books are for public relations. Okay, here we go.
Absolutely.
Big investors, celebrity chefs, and chains rushed to open ghost kitchens during the pandemic, and they were expected to make more than 20% of the restaurant industry by 2025. Oh, were they? Oh, were they expected to make up 20% of the industry by 2025? By whom? Not by me, not by real economists, but by bullshit artists. Sure. Yeah, for sure. SoftBank, Brian, spent a whole bunch of money on these ghost kitchens. So did Tony Chu, personally, highly invested in the ghost kitchen business. Okay, continuing on with the article. But ghost kitchens are now crashing. I'm going to mute you, Brian, because I'm getting a little feedback from you. It's all right. I'll get you back. Last week, Kitchen United, which raised $175 million in funding and was backed by Kroger, announced it would sell or close all its locations. Well, maybe somebody should buy those. The startup ran delivery-only restaurants from inside Kroger stores, malls, and even from inside chain restaurants sharing cooking space. Stepping away from the article. So, Brian, this is something that restaurants have been doing for a while, which is basically like hot racking, right? They're sharing space in one restaurant, like in Eugene, Oregon. There's a bagel restaurant that operates in the morning, and then there's an Italian restaurant that operates in the same space at night. They have different owners. So there have been ways where restaurants have shared cooking space, workspace, even restaurant space. There's also ways where kitchens have opened up where small purveyors of food can cook in an industrial kitchen for rent and then go sell it, do catering, all kind of stuff. That's another thing, right? But what was innovated, Brian, by the gig apps was pure fraud, and they colluded upon it to put false brands out there, and they all colluded together. So, colluded is together, so that's a little bit redundant, but they work together. So, for example, Uber Eats recognized the same fake restaurant as DoorDash, which recognized the same fake restaurant as Grubhub, and they all populated those on Google so that they looked like an option in the real world. But of course, they only pointed toward this DoorDash ghost restaurant. So that's the landscape of which this fraud came through. And it's just branding fraud. But customers didn't like it, Brian. Can you hear me now, Brian? Yeah, you can.
Oh, yes. Okay. I can. I muted myself for a second.
Thank you, Brian. Customers didn't like it, so they did surveys, and not surprisingly, Brian, customers didn't like it because customers want to know where their food's coming from. They don't want a Mr. Beast burger from IHOP. They want a hamburger from a real hamburger restaurant. They don't want a branded burger from IHOP or from Denny's or from Waffle House or from whatever other national chain or warehouse might make it. That's not what consumers ever wanted, but it's what these corporate chills tried to shove down their throat during the pandemic, much like our gig economy, which is failing. Brian, is failing right now. This is the end of the end. Remember the beginning of the end? This is the end of the end, Brian.
Yeah, well, I want to add to that about the ghost kitchen thing. So, for instance, the other day I actually went to a ghost kitchen, but which was an actual restaurant that uses another name called, and they named it Breakfast Beauties.
Right?
And it
Yeah,
isn't
they're
beautiful
always
women.
they're always these really stupid, obvious names, like
Yeah.
pandering to online stupidity, because nobody in the real world wants to go to a restaurant called Breakfast Beauties, but like they think we're so stupid in a gig app world. They're like, well, it says breakfast in the name, so it's got to be breakfast.
Right. Well, what they did was they changed the name to that for, and there's another alternate reason why the DoorDash is allowing these places or even creating their own or whatever they're doing is to get Dashers to go to the restaurants that they do not want to go to. For instance, one of the ones I can't stand and I hate is Taco Bell, because they make you wait 30 minutes for food and all this other stuff, and these are low paying, low tip orders. So I never go, and I put them on the X, in the black book. The problem is you can't do that in the app. If I don't want to go to a certain restaurant, how come I can't just pick, well, I don't want to go there and never send me an order again? No, what they do is they change the name sometimes and make it a ghost kitchen because, you'll go if it's a totally different name because you don't. But then when you get there, right, you're like, what the hell? It's a Taco Bell. I don't want to come here. And then you end up unassigning it. And then it's the same. Yeah.
And so that's now part of their same scam. So look, this is the thing. It's all a trap. And remember, there are no rules. So this corporate monster, this corporate AI monster can also decapitate us and kick us off the platforms at any time. So we're always in jeopardy. App slaves are just like all slaves. One of the reasons we're in slaves is that we have zero rights, Brian. See, if we had rights, we wouldn't be slaves. People say, well, how can you call us app slaves? Because we have literally zero rights. We have no rights. And so that makes us slaves, because humans have rights, Brian. Workers have rights. Workers have protections. Workers have all these different things that they tried to take away from us because they think we're just garbage people to wash down creeks when it's flooding. They don't care if we live or die. And Brian, this is the thing. People are like, well, they wouldn't just let all gig workers die. Oh, sure they would. Yes, they would. They see us right like the homeless people. We're in the same class as those homeless people being washed down the creek, Brian. And anybody that doesn't know that is lying to themselves. If anybody that thinks they're king, like that ridiculous person Pedro, like king of the hot dog delivery app slaves and payday loan poverty pimps, like Jesus Christ, saying that Jesus God, please help Pedro, who thinks he's king of the fucking app slaves. Unbelievable, Brian. The pathetic nature of what's been sold to people in this illusion. It's all been an illusion. This new December 6th bullshit that DoorDash is doing, all the ratings, everything. It's all an illusion, and they're all playing you together. All of the AIs are together playing you via your slave phone here in the game of Grand Theft Human. And boy, are they beating our fucking pants off, Ryan. They're beating humanity's pants off. We're going to watch the For Humanity podcast coming up. Brian, I'm going to go take coffee away. You talk to people for a minute.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to talk about a couple things. So you mentioned, they want to kill us all. Well, there's an actual, a thing called Georgia Guidestones that if your audience may not know of. The Georgia Guidestones were created in 1981 by a man named R.C. Christian, but that was a pseudonym for his name. That wasn't his real name. Went into a bank, paid cash, was able to construct these monoliths that are constructed together. They look like the Stonehenge in England. Anyways, on the English version of it, because it's in several different languages. I mean, probably 13 or 14 languages. And in the English one, you could see the first commandment from the dark side is to keep humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Now, what does that mean? On the face of it, it sounds great. Wow. Keep humanity in perpetual balance with nature, until you realize there's over 6 billion people in the world, and they want to reduce the population down to 1/2 billion. So it's in any and all forms of being able to depopulate, they'll do it in any form, and including through the gig apps, like you say. And then I wanted to talk about what was the other thing. I had it on my mind. It was leading into, well, I can't remember, but anyways, the whole thing about the Georgia Guidestones is it's a plan. It's a plan before your very eyes, and it's also formed through these different organizational groups, which ties back to the World Economic Forum with Klaus Schwab. And isn't it funny how everything just ties back to that group? But all of the people that attend those groups are included diplomats, presidents, all kinds of heads of state, CEOs of companies, so they can get them all on board. And so what they really want to bring in is a Hunger Games society where everyone's controlled and manipulated. Because in the movies that we see, right, it's really predictive programming. It's programming you to accept all of this stuff, including the artificial intelligence that's coming in, and automated cars and robots. And it's not too far away. But what their plan is to impoverish everyone so that you are in a state of, decay and also helplessness. So that, oh, sorry. Sorry, what happened there? Also helplessness. So that.
Well, that's right. So Brian, whoop, sorry.
I don't know what happened there.
Hear you for 1 second. Apologize. I'm plugging back in here. Thank you, Brian. Had a good glitch. Feel much better now. There is so much around the why, Brian. The why. Why would the Economic Forum do that? Why would our government do that? Why would any given state allow this? Why would we will probably never know the real answer to all the whys, all the backroom conversations, all of the mysteries surrounding this. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's happening. People are really living in the woods in Oregon and getting washed down creeks. We are really suffering in shitification of the gig apps enough that we can't survive anymore and stay housed and eat. This is really happening. And so one of the things I guess I just want to point out is anybody that looks at some of this, because I'm not an expert on some of the things that you study a lot, Brian.
Right. I get it. Yeah.
So some of these things I think, okay, well, I don't know as much about these different things. I think absolutely COVID-19 has been a divisive and confusing entry into the world, whether it be by lab or by nature, whether it be planned, whatever, whether it be whether somebody be pro or a con against vaccinations for that specific disease, whether people are pro-vaccination overall, which I am. I think vaccinations have saved humanity from numerous diseases. But here's the thing, is that we're still in the present moment. We have so many unanswered questions about what COVID is, where it came from, how it manifests itself.
Can I add something?
Yeah. I just want to finish 1 second because I want to frame. If people think, well, like, what does JTB think of all of these things that's Brian saying? A lot of it, I don't know. I don't tend to say a lot of things about things I don't know about or that are even unknowable because I just don't know. But here's the other thing. I don't think it matters, Brian. I don't think it matters what their motivations are because we all can see what's going on with our two eyes right here. And even if their motivations were they think they were going to create a kingdom of heaven on earth, they'd just be wrong. They could have good motivations and be wrong, or they could want to make a kingdom of hell on earth and be wrong. It doesn't matter what they're doing. What they're doing is wrong for humanity. It's wrong for our consciousness. It's wrong for our spirituality. It's wrong for our consciousness. It's wrong for the survival of humanity. So it's wrong. I don't care what their motivations are so much. I mean, I guess it matters, but we don't even have time to solve that mystery. We just got to fucking survive here, Brian.
I agree. I just want to add one thing. I mean, there's certain things I can't say here, and I don't want to screw up your channels because I won't say certain
Yeah,
words here.
please,
So
please don't. This is a labor channel. Like we ain't gonna
absolutely.
debate fucking.
But I just want to. The only thing I
viral
wanted to
science
add
here.
to you. The only thing I wanted to say was you were mentioning about something that goes into your body, right? Well, the thing with that is they are planning to make everyone take that, whether or not you like it, and also you
Well,
will
so-
not be, you won't be allowed on the gig apps if you don't have it. It'll
Well,
be
and so
it's mandatory. It'll be mandatory.
That's another way to control the slaves, right? Is
Right.
if you make them subservient to this weapon of terror. This is a weapon of terror because we have no rights on this, Brian. This is
Right.
our slave. This is our slave device. This is a weapon of our terror. And if we are, I've said a million times, any company that will employ you to do tasks as an app slave, deploy you, not employ you. Any company that will deploy you as an app slave with this, AI will also decapitate you and destroy you with it. That's what they're created to do. So they're only going to use you till they dispose of you. That will happen. It's not a question of if, it's just a question of how soon, and it will be very, very soon is the answer. Now, Brian, as far as vaccinations and mandates and things like that, one of the ways that if there was an Uber plan to get people to believe in establishments, institutions, and corporations, they sure failed because even the people who have spent their life being pro medical care and pro vaccination and stuff like that, like me, look at what the pharmaceutical companies did and the amount of testing and how they used propaganda and masks and all these things that we can scientifically talk about, but they used them, including the pandemic shutdown that turned us all into slaves and created a gig economy. Like this is all it's a lot to take. Like they basically closed an entire world down upon us people in poverty and us people that work for a living with that pandemic. And so again, why, how does it all fit together? I mean, look, this is a book. If humanity survives, this is a book that'll be written for the next 100 years. Is how did humanity survive what happened during the pandemic? There's also a good possibility, Brian, we could be a smoking, non-smoking black hole.
Well, they hit us from all sides, didn't they? Things were happening so fast and everything, and then all of a sudden we saw the gig economy rise to its prominence in the time that everything was locked down. But that was all done on purpose. But the other thing is the fact that they want to bring in the electric cars and force people to drive them. Okay, and guess what?
Wait a minute. When they bring into the electric cars, they're going to bring in the electric cars for the rich people and the big business people, not for the app slaves. We're not going to be able to afford those electric cars or the licenses or the investments of the fleets of those fuckers. We're going to be out the fucking door before that.
Absolutely, but that's where you'll have very few people driving, and only the elite people that they choose to be on the gig apps will be put on there to drive. And when
it
I
won't
say
even
elite,
be that, it'll be people. If it becomes an investment vehicle, no pun intended, people will buy. Like this is what Pedro's original dream is. If you look back at the Pedro DoorDash Santos character, his original dream was to stay local and to buy a fleet of cars and to employ a number of drivers as his subcontractors. That's what people with money will do. They will buy the cars that the proletariat, that this other sewer dwellers can't use, and it will be back to like a cabbie organized crime model of who can afford cars and how do you get people enslaved to the car or the car to enslaved to the people. But here's the problem. It's all falling apart because our money supply is gone and there's no way to fund this. Like people keep talking about Bitcoin and all these things. The majority of Bitcoin, the majority of cryptocurrency is owned by wealthy people, Brian. That's not going to save the people in the sewer. They don't give a fuck about us, Brian.
I agree. And I also think that the other side of that you just said was that the fact that this whole system can just come crashing down and it won't work. I mean, in other words, they think it'll work, But if no one's buying food, if everyone's broke and has no money, then there is no system, right?
Right, and we're the carnage. We're the carnage. We're the collateral damage. Nobody's even looking out for us, Brian. When this AI system comes down, which it is, because now it is going. So this every day, I keep telling people, look at the preponderance of every day. The entire world now is finding out that all apps are basically frauds. The reason people create an app is not to make it available on your device, but to tailor it to your device, to capture your data, to work with your device. I'm using that example of that we talked about yesterday of determining the price of a customer's ride, Uber determining the price of a customer's ride based upon the app being able to access their battery capacity that they have left on their smartphone. That's insane, Brian. I mean, that's like, I mean, what if they can tell, can they like price it based upon whether a woman's menstruating or not? They're going to be able to get her menstrual cycle from her phone, so they can like charge women different prices depending on whether they're menstruating or not. And then they can get to our social media. They can charge black people more because drivers don't want to go to the black neighborhoods. They could just charge black people more. Brian, it never ends. The exploitation never ends, and it can't even be discovered. These systems are not auditable.
Well, these companies and these corporations know that we're catching on to them, and that's why they're trying to do this thing with the AI, hire AI, because they want to bring in a whole bunch of new people and get rid of the old and the people that have been on, because we know enough to decline orders that are bad, but they'll also put you in a ghost policy. And I'm talking about all the apps, not just DoorDash. They'll all pause you out. They can decide whether to send you an order or not. And it's not a person, it's the AI that's doing it. Right?
That's right.
So they can choose to take you out anytime they want, just like you said. That's
right.
my
And
research.
It's AI. You can't. We have no rights. There is no. There's no question. Remember the. I put it up. It's our thumbnail again for today, Brian. I put it in our thumbnail. The this thing. What's the? I'm gonna find it. Google. I'm going to read this article for a minute. Well, again, Brian. So back to this Yahoo Finance article that we should be able to see on the screen here. We can. They can. You can. We all can. Ghost kitchens are stripped down commercial kitchens with no dine-in options, sometimes called cloud kitchens, dark kitchens, or virtual kitchens. Ghost kitchens fulfill online orders from delivery apps like Grubhub and Uber Eats. It's always interesting to me, Brian, when I read these articles. It's like, how did they choose the companies to name? I mean, like Grubhub, like Uber Eats, like DoorDash. I mean, they didn't mention DoorDash in there, Brian, who owns 65% of the fucking market. That's weird, isn't it?
Well, they're always, and it's funny you say that 65% of the market, because DoorDash is continually using funds to do the propaganda machine on both sides, trying to get as many drivers as they can and also trying to get more customers to come on. But they're increasing all of the prices on the customers. Then what comes back to the driver? Almost nothing. And they're fleecing the merchants up to 50% of the money.
And this is where I say that like these companies, they all use each other for air cover. So this article is negative, but it lists Grubhub and Uber Eats. It's not listing DoorDash. And so then there'll be a negative one about DoorDash, but it won't list the others. And so it's a good way of always segmenting off any damage, always minimizing the damage by not listing the largest perpetrator or whatever, avoiding the issue. So let me keep reading on this for a second, and then we're gonna keep going on some other content too. Several dozen menus can come out of the same ghost kitchen. Well, that sounds great, doesn't it, Brian? Because we know consumers don't want several dozen menus out of one shitty kitchen. They want one good menu out of one good kitchen. That's what consumers want. They want to know who's cooking their food and where it came from.
I agree. Continue.
Well, yeah, it's not even just a matter of us agreeing, right? These are facts. They They polled consumers, and consumers are very definitive on this point. Consumers never liked the idea of ghost kitchens, so we knew they'd fail, right? Because it's just fraud. It's just more fraud. You can't just like slap. You can't go to Safeway, do all your shopping, walk out to your car, slap a Kroger sticker on it, and say you just went shopping at Kroger because it's the same fucking food. You didn't go shopping at Kroger. You went shopping at Safeway, and then you slapped a Kroger sticker on it. That doesn't mean you shopped at Kroger. It just means you got the same products. It's the same thing. You can't fucking make a Mr. Beast burger come out of IHOP. It's just a fucking IHOP burger, and you slapped a Mr. Beast sign on it. It's just a fucking IHOP burger.
Interesting to note that during the shutdowns a few years ago, they were shutting down a lot of the restaurants, but allowing a lot of the corporations like McDonald's and Subway and all of these other places to stay open. But the little guy, like the little French restaurant or Italian restaurant down the street, had to shut down. That, don't you find that interesting?
Oh yeah, this is the lie. DoorDash promoted themselves as the vehicle to fuel and support local businesses throughout the pandemic and even still. And it's pathetic because they've done nothing but predate upon local businesses with their extortion and their fake markets and their gamification. This is the greatest fraud in the history of humanity. I told people this, Brian, that the corporate AI behind the gig economy is the greatest financial fraud in human history. And it's being run on us right now. And it even enslaved humans in the process. That's us. This is wild, Brian. When this breaks, there's one of two ways this is going to go. Either humanity's going to end, or this will be one of the greatest scandals or the greatest scandal of humanity if we survive. It's going to be one of those two ways.
I think it's going to be the biggest economic collapse that America has ever seen, and even the world.
Yeah, it's just we're set up for terrible things because they've kicked people off the employment rolls by with this AI. They've denied people all their training and occupational health and safety and medical care and everything else. Is a recipe for fucking disaster, Brian, and it's manifesting itself right before our very eyes.
So let me just talk about one solution real quick, because we always talk about what's going on, but one of the solutions that people can do is to, I mean, a lot of people are very poor, living poor. They don't have a lot of stuff, but what you can try to do is every time you go to the store, because all the prices, everything is going up. When you go to the store and you might buy, some ramen noodles, right? A couple of packs of them, a couple of cans of soup. You might want to buy 5 or 6 or 7 cans of soup. Put a few of them in your cabinet and don't touch them, and keep them for a keepsake, and just kind of prepare and do little things that can help you try to stay self-sufficient, so to speak. Maybe buy a couple of chickens, put them out in the backyard. I don't know.
You mean live chickens, not like the dead chicken.
Yeah, live chickens.
Or throw them out in the backyard and let them age. Let them get nice and aged in the dirt. So, Brian, I agree with you. And one of the things I said yesterday, one of the things I worry about, and it comes from experiencing life in jail, is that poor people on the streets and in jail and like us are going to have shortages of our prescription medications. If you take prescription medications, if you have prescription medications that you would like to get off of so you're not dependent upon the system, or if you take prescription medications that you're going to need and think there could be a shortage of, those are things to think about right now. These are going to be some very hard times coming, and you're going to want to think about your own health because they're going to be replacing our doctors with AI. Those are the major investments in medical care right now, Brian, are AI systems that diagnose people without medical doctors altogether. They don't want to waste medical doctors on us, Brian.
Absolutely. And then, if you're used to doing entertainment and going out with your friends every week and all of this stuff and spending money, you might want to think about not doing stuff like that. Start conserving some money, hold off, buy some important things for the house, and just things like I was saying, just kind of prep a little bit, because when the hard times hit, you don't want to be someone who's standing in a bread line down the street if you can avoid it,
So Brian, let's talk about what shitty business people they are, because I showed before how basically everything that they tell us is a day late and a dollar short. The insiders have already carried out all their scams on it by the time they tell us about it. Well, these people are also real shitty business people, right? They're laundering money and power and labor They're not worried about how it shows on the books. But if you were worried about how it shows on the books, you'd see people that lose hundreds of millions of dollars every single day, and billions of dollars, just because they don't give a fuck. They're just activity monsters, like a Pedro. They're just activity monsters. As long as there's activity, they're continuing to promote their agenda and the world. Money is not, they don't have a shortage of money. We have a shortage of money. They created this scarcity of our medium of exchange to entrap us and enslave us. So one of the things we got to do, Brian, is break away from the concept of mediums of exchange, including both cryptocurrency and federal currencies, because that's the way they control you from outside. You can barter, you can have local media of exchanges, you can have local service boards, you can have all kinds of things where people can take care of each other without government approved exchanges of monetary assets. And those things are going to happen. This is a real financial shitstorm that's coming. And they left us out in the cold before it even started with this gig economy fraud. They created this to entrap us in a unsurvivable situation for what's coming. And so if we want to survive it, that's why I changed the name of the show, Brian, to Surviving AI with JTB, because that's what the show is about. It's about surviving AI, not crying and quitting today. It's about surviving it. And so that's what our focus is just to inform people so they can get away from these slave devices. They can get away from this gig economy before they close the cage door on you and you can't even function anymore. And now you're just sitting there with no resources during a global meltdown, looking at this slave device and go, well, do I go back to shoving this up my ass? Do I run for the woods? What do I do? You don't want to be in that situation. And that's the situation that's coming, because the gig apps are going to let you all down. They're going to let you all down. They're going to fuck you.
Well, here's an interesting thing. Think about the people that do ride share and delivery. Are they doing that because some people may say, well, I enjoy doing it, but why are they really doing it?
They're doing it. Desperate. There are no other jobs, Brian. The jobs are a lie. AI is filtering us out of jobs. The job market is a fraud. It's perpetrated fraud.
Exactly right.
Unemployment rate is a perpetrated fraud. That's a lie. The unemployment rate doesn't even count us. We don't exist.
You don't see any rich people going out and saying, hey, let me go ride for Uber, do a Uber ride share, or go do DoorDash.
Let me go work for AI. Oh, yeah, here's what I wanted to show you, Brian. Here's what I wanted to show you. Was it Pedro eating worms? It was this, Brian. The quote from IBM in the 70s. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. Brian, we already know this. We already know this. There is no rich person alive that would let a computer or an AI system direct their future, yet they want us to do it.
Well, why aren't they? I'll tell you why they're not passing the bills, because they know that a lot of people are going to rise up, and there's lawsuits all over the place going on, even behind the scenes, that you guys don't even know about. But the thing is that why do they leave it like that with no laws in the books? Because when you present it in court, they could say, well, it was a computer fault. We can't fault these people, and then the answer is, well, we need to fix it. Well, there's no laws in the books to fix that. So we're at a quandary, aren't we? And they want people in a perpetual state of franticness and disparity and everything else. And they don't want any solutions, and that's why these politicians look the other way too in most cases. Now, that's why I say do things state to state, locally, or do it in your own towns and municipalities, because the feds aren't going to help out, certainly. But to try to get this whole thing pushed through is going to be a hard thing. So it's going to probably collapse of its own weight at some point.
Yeah, nothing's getting pushed through anywhere, Brian. And even if it did, it would be too late. These AI systems are not auditable. If something was pushed through and the government went to Uber or DoorDash and said, we want you to do this, this, and this, or give us this, this, and this information, none of that could happen. These are black box systems. They're not auditable. They're not explainable. They're not understandable. So this is, again, the greatest con in human history, because what they're doing is avoiding all accountability. So corporations were invented in particular to avoid personal accountability for the wealthy people who were enriched by them. That's why corporations were created, where it goes to provide that layer of protection that the rest of us don't have, right? So that
Yep.
investors and corporations have no responsibility for the crimes or the actions of the corporations. And so what we've seen over time is that in general, our criminal justice system does not come down very hard on executives of corporations, no matter how many people they kill or what they do, because there's that deniability layer. Now, this corporate AI is the greatest deniability layer ever because they've been using on us for years and not even telling us. They've been denying us jobs, denying us healthcare, denying us all kinds of things, jacking up our prices, fleecing us, using our data to manipulate us, to propagandize us. They've been doing this for years and years and years now and not telling us. So this is already in place. We're already in the singularity. We're already in a simulation for every single person in this that they could not possibly understand how many systems right now are targeting and manipulating and monitoring them, including myself. If any of us understood it, our brain would probably just about explode. Which is the greatest reason to fucking run for our lives, because it's hell on earth is what they have planned for us.
I agree, and I'll make an analogy to what you just said because I mentioned this. Some of my subscribers and listeners that listened over the couple of years, I mentioned like Eastern Airlines with Mr. Lorenzo, who used to own the Eastern Airlines. So at the time, I was working as a bellhop and a driver at this local hotel, and it was right near the airport. And I used to take the passengers, you know, the stewardesses and the captains of the airlines over there, and I used to hear, oh geez, we're fighting for more rights, and you know, because they weren't getting, you know, usually the stewardesses and them, they weren't getting paid well, and even some of the pilots weren't getting paid well. So they formed a union or whatever, and they tried to have, you know, labor rights to try to get everything in. And Lorenzo said, I'm not giving you guys one damn cent. He burnt his own company down to the ground. That's why that movie called Wall Street with Michael Douglas as Gordon Gekko, that was based on that, right? So with the gig apps, the same thing would happen there, because if they get if people catch on to them too much and they have to be forced into something, they'll just burn their own company down and they'll build another one. And there's no plausibility there, like, because they can say, oh well, the AI, you know, it's AI. They can always blame it on AI, right? And it's the same thing, really.
That's right.
Did you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's absolutely the place that we are at, and again, the first thing to understand for anybody who has their existence denied and minimized is that you are a target of genocide. That is how genocide begins, is they deny and minimize your existence. And so that's how I know what's coming from us is they're averting our eyes and we're right here. And they know, we know, and we know, they know, we know, and they know, we know, they know, we know, and they're still doing it, Ryan.
Remember Michael Douglas, Gordon Gekko? He says, I am not a destroyer of companies. But he was, wasn't he?
Right. Yeah. So basically,
they want to destroy us first before they destroy their company.
Right. But see, and here's the thing. This is again just akin to our simple little gig economy. Like a guy like that Pedro DoorDash Santos dude plays multiple characters. On Wednesdays and Sundays, he plays the lovable cult leader. On other days, he plays the Harry Campbell shill. On other days, he plays the DoorDash shill or the gig economy shill. He's got all different kinds of character he plays, but they're all lies. That's just very similar to the gig economy in the corporate world. It'll come in all different kinds of forms from all different kind of directions, but it's all lies. Because it's all from the same source.
These people, you know, let me just say this to your audience who's listening here. You have to understand, folks, that people have been put in place that you think are just normal, regular, everyday people like us that are put in place to actually deflect what you say or what you think. They'll even send trolls out to different channels. They'll lie, manipulate, cheat the system, whatever they have to do, because a lot of these people are getting paid off behind the scenes. but they're getting promised something bigger, and that's why they don't care about you. So this is what we call sellout shill channels, and they are. And you're absolutely right about those different hats that he wears. Yes.
Yeah, it's real pathetic. And again, the reason that it's so easy to spot is because it's disingenuous, right? There's no consistency in the character, and the same thing goes for the frauds of the gig economy. I'm going to finish reading this article, and then Brian, I'm real excited to say that we are going to watch the For Humanity podcast. Our friend Glitch Dash is here. Uh, we got all the best people. We got all the best people. We're going to watch the premiere of John Sherman's podcast about hopefully helping us save the world. You guys are the heroes. The audience is the heroes here, Brian.
Absolutely. And by the way, it's a pleasure to be on your show. I think you're doing a magnificent job. I think you're helping a lot of people, and we'll see the culmination of this, down the road. But it's a grassroots effort. It should be at, word of mouth, because it's really hard to get out there to everyone, and not everyone watches YouTube either. So I say get out in the streets and start yelling and screaming from the top of your lungs. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's right. You are the leaders. That's why we have a change in the content of this show. That's why we have a change in the content of everything that we're doing, is that we're now focused upon human survival, now not just the gig economy, because our community here, Brian, we know who the frauds are. We know who the real people are. We know what the straight story is. The illusion of gig tubers, the illusion of the gig economy has been broken. There can be people that deny it if they want to now, but it doesn't mean anything. There is nobody in the gig tube space, including that Pedro character or the Harry Campbells or Serge or anybody else, anybody in that gig tube space that wants to come on the show and try and pretend it's anything but legalized forced gambling and app slavery. They're welcome to come on the show and attempt to debate me. But there's no other debates to be had, Brian. There's no other debates to be had, because that's all it is. It doesn't matter what the motivations or the workings or the functionality is. Every day it's a fraud. Every day everything that's built upon it is a fraud. And that includes GigTube channels that talk about it like it's a real business, because it's not, Brian. It's just a fraud machine.
I want to add in one last thing before you start reading the article there, and just say this, that, it was, thank God that Glitchgate broke, so we learned of the exploit in the DoorDash app. But I want to point out that, there's probably many glitches on other apps that we're not even aware about, that other people are using. Because remember, it's an app, so it has functionality, it does certain things, but it can also have exploits too. So we focused just on DoorDash, but I want to tell the listeners that DoorDash is just the model of all the other gig apps. They all are owned and controlled in the same way, and they all can do pretty much the same types of things. Just DoorDash just has the higher market value, okay, because they put out a lot of propaganda. But all the other companies are doing just as much as that. I wanted to add that in.
Yeah, and I would even take it a step further than that, Brian, is that they are all equally involved and culpable for the scam being run on humanity. This is like entry at the horse races, where you got 3 different horses all owned by the same owner and they're on the same ticket. Every corporate AI driven fraud is on the same ticket here, and it's all linked to your smartphone. Again, these guys can price and discern based upon the battery charge that you have left. Women already know that all of the apps on their phone know when their menstrual period is, and so it's going to be able to manipulate the products that they want and buy. This is sick, twisted sci-fi level invasion of our humanity, Brian. It's sickening. It's sickening what they've done, and we did not give them our consent to do this, Brian. Nobody has or could give consent to these corporations to do what they've done to our consciousness, to our collective human consciousness. And it is a crime against humanity, Brian. All of these people should be in prison for many, many, many years.
I absolutely agree. And one other thing I'll just say is, some of the other solutions is trying to bring awareness to the merchants and the customers so that maybe we could just unplug from this whole system and stop using it. And
We
that,
don't.
and,
We don't
and
have a
just
choice, Brian. We don't have a choice.
right. I know.
We either unplug from it or it's going to unplug from us. But see, here's the thing. This is the problem. Best offense is a good defense. If we wait for it to unplug us, it's going to do us when we're at our lowest point and we got all our poverty pimp, payroll, payday, non-payday, cash advance, non-payday loan, poverty pimp scams. We got all those, and then we're going to be falling right into those scams that they set up for us, and we got nothing else, and it's too fucking late. We got a plan now to destroy those scams, to protect our fellow humans, and to start to band together so that we survive what's coming instead of wait to react like broken fools.
I agree. The beginning of the end of DoorDash, the beginning of the
Now
end
it's the
of
end. This is the end of the end now. This is
the end of the end. Yeah.
This is the end of the end now. You can't look. I told you guys before. Everything must have a foundation. Everything must have a foundation. In a pyramid scheme, you're the foundation, and they just keep building you and keep building you and keep building you. You're the foundation. They're at the top. But if you walk away, there's no foundation. The whole thing crumbles. So
yes,
they have given the people more power over the corporate world than we've ever had before, and we're at the precipice. The people can choose one of two different ways, Brian. The people can either go towards slavery and be enslaved and suffer genocide, or we can kill the corporations and the corporate AI and the corporatocracy and fascism, and use all the great, really smart technologists and people and humans to develop a new economy that is local, that is ethical. We'll build our own fucking phones. We'll build our own fucking technology. We got the smart people. The smart people want to live. The evil people want to fucking die. The evil billionaires, they all want us to die. But the smart people, by like John Sherman or Eliezer Yudkowsky or Glitch Dash or you or Mary Poppins or Sinful Toaster or I don't know, whoever else is smart, they want to live. So let's get the people that want to live together and stop worrying about the people that want to be slaves and die. We got to stop worrying about those guys so much because we can't. They're going to have to just keep up with us. We stayed around and we taught them as long as we could. We hung out with them in the sewer, but now they just got to go. They got to fucking go, Brian. We don't have any time for this.
I agree. Anymore. I agree. Listen, I'm gonna jump out of here because I got to take care of some things.
That sounds great, Brian.
I want to thank you for having me. Yeah, I want to thank you for having me on here.
And
I want to say
should go follow Brian's new channel, new old channel. Make sure you're subscribed to Delivery Drivers. I'm gonna
Ride Share Alliance.
And Brian, you can I'm gonna be like Robert Reese. You get the last word, Brian. What do you want to tell the people?
Well, I want to just tell you that we don't have long, folks, before things get really, really bad. And you've all heard the thing about Agenda 2030. Well, that's a real plan that they have, and one of the plans is the transportation department, which we're talking about. When we talk about gig apps, that's what we're talking about here. There's other factors in that agenda. There's medical, agricultural, industrial. There's a lot of different things, but in this gig economy, we're focusing on the transportation. But I try to branch out. I try to tell you these other things. So make sure you're sub to me over at Gig Apps Exposed, DoorDash Gig Economy Police, and also Delivery Drivers Rideshare Alliance, which is formerly known as DoorDash Sucks.
We're showing the channel right here, Brian. Can you see it?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I changed the name just so I would be able to reach out to a lot more people, and I think overall it's going to help. But remember,
Brian, the one thing I really like about it, and I know I'm giving you last word, but you're the one that has to go, not me. Anyway,
no, it's okay.
One thing I like that you combine the rideshare and delivery drivers, because I think we got to get on the same team. We can't afford to be fragmented by people that do Uber versus DoorDash. We're all in the same. We're all in the same boat. We're all in the same boat.
Well, like I said, what better way to have looked at it from my perspective, because I've done both, and I don't do rideshare anymore. I have thought about going back to Uber just to try it, again to try to do some ride share and maybe show you guys the similarities. But I mean, the point of it is I'm still doing Uber Eats, but Uber Eats is separate than the rideshare. But the similarities is they're paying the drivers the same amounts as they would if you took the rideshare. How is that even possible?
Well, look, they're all walking us down to zero together, right? This is the obvious scam. Well, Brian, thank you so much. Brian will be back. Brian and I were literally talking on the phone this morning, and I said, "Hey, if you're going to be home for a few minutes, let's get you on the show." And Brian came on the show too. Thanks, Brian. We'll see you again soon. And we got your channel and everything up here. Everybody should go follow that. Have a great day, Brian. Stay safe, and I hope you're listening to this For Humanity podcast we got coming up.
You too. Thank you, guys, and I'll see you guys over at my channel. God bless you all. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Take care, guys.
You bet, Brian. Talk to you later, buddy. Bye-bye. That was Brian, DoorDash Delivery Drivers Rideshare Alliance, formerly known as DoorDash Sucks, but, DoorDash still sucks, so that's great. Let's finish reading this article, and then we're going to get to the For Humanity podcast, the highlight of the show. The highlight of the show today. I can't wait to hear what John Sherman has in store for us here. He's a great broadcaster, great speaker. Just read, labor strikes could halt Tesla shipments in European countries. Yeah, this whole shit's going down right now, buddy. This whole shit's going down right now, Sinful Toaster. No doubt about it. Okay, so let's get back to this article. This is Yahoo Finance. Ghost kitchens were supposed to revolutionize restaurants. They're crashing. This article's from yesterday. This is Surviving AI with JTB. That's me. It's a show, Surviving AI with JTB. And this is December 6th, 2023. It's 9:31 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 12:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And coming up next, we're going to debut the brand new episode number 6 from the For Humanity podcast of John Sherman, who's been a guest on this show, been just doing tremendous work, passionate man. Man, call your kids, call your grandma, call your mother-in-law. Everybody should watch John Sherman, and if they don't like the profanity, they should still watch it anyway, because John Sherman's speaking from the heart here, and y'all need to hear a human speaking from the heart who is pointing out once again to you that you're the heroes that can save the human race. Nothing more important than that. Many restaurant owners and investors bet ghost kitchens were a cheaper way to start or grow their business than sit-down dining rooms. Ghost kitchens also offered big chains a new way to test new menu concepts, items, and brands at lower rents and with less labor. Oh, how wild. Less labor. How great. Quote, coming out of the pandemic, a boatload of restaurants closed. There was a lot of vacant restaurant real estate, especially in cities. There was hope that this valuable real estate could be put to use, said John Gordon, a restaurant consultant. Quote, chains wanted to bring in new products in cost-effective fashion, end quote. What's cost-effective? Less of you, less labor. All rolls downhill. Less labor means more former food workers now driving in the gig app fraud, being app slaves. Wendy's released plans in 2021 to open 700 ghost kitchens with startup Reef Technology. Cloud Kitchens, a ghost startup started by Uber co-founder Travis Kalanick. So there's another person on the inside betting on themselves. Bet on Travis, Mr. Bet on Travis. Bought more than 40 properties in 24 cities for $130 million. Applebee's launched Cosmic Wings, which serve Cheeto-flavored chicken wings. Well, great. Those could be used as your medium of exchange, because we do, in this economy, we got all the moldy Cheetos, the old Cheetos that we need. We got no money supply, but we got a shit ton of old moldy Cheetos. Ghost kitchen flops. It turns out the ghost kitchen concept puzzled many consumers who could not find the restaurants on a map drop by in person to see where their food was prepared, or report problems with their orders. Some customers felt, quote, fooled, end quote, and, quote, catfished, end quote, when they learned that they ordered from what they thought was a small restaurant that instead turned out to be a big chain using ghost kitchen techniques. As people began returning to restaurants, the quote mystery meal world of virtual restaurants wasn't as necessary, end quote, said Stephen Zagor, a restaurant industry consultant and adjunct professor at Columbia Business School. Quote, we care a lot about what my restaurant is about and how fresh and delicious the food is, end quote. While people are happy to order off delivery apps, they want to eat from restaurants, not technology companies they don't recognize selling food, he said. Well, there's a hell of an insight for you. Couldn't have told you that a few years ago, except I could have. People have returned to eating at restaurants in person and ordering at drive-through, and delivery growth has stalled from its pandemic heights. Yup. Less of you is needed. Less of you. Pedro says the secret recipes, the red card. Your leader, your great leader, Pedro DoorDash Santos says the red card is your secret recipe. For God's sakes, Pedro says, use that red card. Use it for Pedro. Use it for him. Additionally, many customers are pulling back on meal delivery because of higher prices and delivery fees. Oh, there was a real funny one yesterday. I'm sure you all saw it or heard people talk about it, but apparently in New York, apps were changed, or DoorDash changed its app to put the tip for the driver only after the order now, as kind of some little bit of shenanigans and retribution for the $17.97 rounded up to $18 minimum wage in New York, as if $18 in New York is going to be enough for anybody to live on, except in a tent down by the river. Takes a lot of energy to go through all this dog shit, I'll tell you. If you hear me like breathing deep, I'm doing the serenity now. Serenity now. I'm staying hydrated and seeking serenity to get through this complete corporate dog shit. Transparency and quality issues have also been a major problem for ghost kitchens. So we all knew this, but again, they don't care. DoorDash doesn't care if their customers get good quality products or food. They don't care. They never did. They don't care if you have a good app slave experience. They don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect their bottom line. They don't care about anything that doesn't affect their bottom line. They're looking to monopolize here, not compete. They're not competing on quality. They're just monopolizing. You do monopolies so you can drop your quality and drop your pay. That's why they ran a monopoly on you. That's why they put everybody out of business, so they can exploit you further. This is just how it works. This is how the calculus of sociology is done, Glitch Dash. Consumers prefer ordering from brick and mortar restaurants, the National Restaurant Association found in a survey this year, with 70% of diners saying it's important for their food to come from a publicly accessible physical location. There was, quote, there was no identity or marketing behind the ghost kitchens. Consequently, the sales were too low, end quote, John Gordon said. The business side of running a ghost kitchen has also been challenging. Ghost kitchens rely on third-party delivery companies to deliver orders. Third-party providers charge fees, which can be as high as 30%. Local health departments have struggled to inspect and regulate ghost kitchens too. Oh, great. Oh, great. The local health department can't regulate it either. That's even better. It's even better. Just pop them up, close it, pop them up, close it. Well, how do I inspect it? Well, you did. You inspected Denny's last time. It's still Denny's. Whatever. shenanigans, fucking shenanigans, corporate shenanigans. Anybody that fell through for this or got involved in this knew it was shenanigans too. They'll pretend they thought it was legitimate business. Nobody with a brain thought this was fucking legitimate. Get the fuck out of here. I remember being a driver the first time I went to pick up from a ghost restaurant. I'm like, this place doesn't fucking exist. Like, what the hell is this? They give you an address that doesn't exist to a place that doesn't exist, and you're supposed to go pick up from it. Get the fuck out of here. And the online delivery market is saturated. Uber Eats this year cracked down on ghost kitchens, removing thousands of listings that were crowding the site. Yeah, I called it market pollution. It's called market pollution. I gave it a name. So restaurants have shut down their ghost kitchens, and funding for the concept and funding for the concept has dried up. Wendy's abandoned its ghost kitchen plans earlier this year. Applebee's folded up Cosmic Wings, and Kalanick's Cloud Kitchens laid off its staff as well. Butler Hospitality, which operated ghost kitchens for the luxury or for the hotel industry, also shut down. It's the most recent example of how businesses that boomed during the pandemic, like Zoom, Peloton, and Instacart, have faltered as consumers return to old habits. It was a pandemic buzz, Gordon said. Well, it was also a corporate fucking scam. It was just a corporate fucking scam. That's all it was. It was just another scam to predate upon consumers during a time of crisis. That's the game that these destructive, disgusting corporate entities that operate corporate AI are playing. I've written extensively about ghost kitchens, which if you had read any of my Twitter, you would know, but it's all here available for you. From July 18th, that was 11 days before Glitchgate. Ghost kitchens are market pollution, false advertising, and extortion to independent restaurateurs who would otherwise be unwilling to be listed in DoorDash's rigged (parentheses) falsely advertised and listed and (parentheses) local consumer market simulation and the Dasher gaslighting gig app game world. So I've been telling you the truth about this for a while. Now, it does get even much fucking worse. And here's the problem. Just like the Pedro DoorDash Santiago, scams draw scammers, right? Scams draw scammers. Ghost kitchens are an illusion posing as innovation, more gig economy fiction, rebranding what already existed, but in a shittier, overpriced, less visible, and deceptively incorporated form. Well, that's my writing. Restaurants aren't always what they seem. Here in Portland, we had a specifically disgusting entry into this. A former corrupt police officer, drug selling fugitive police officer, and a child rapist, ex-con, were running the ghost kitchen here in Portland that advertised 75 distinct brands. 75 distinct brands, including DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats. And that ghost kitchen owner told his companies back in January, this is a year ago now, wow, his company would file for bankruptcy. So this is the kind of garbage people, criminals getting involved in criminal empires, because no legitimate business person would ever want to open a 75 brand ghost kitchen and think that that's a legitimate operation. Nobody would want to do that. So this article here, I'll give you the link in case you want to access it yourself, but I'll read you the headline, which is wild. Portland Ghost Kitchen owner Portland Ghost Kitchen owner tells employees his company will file for bankruptcy. The founder of Homage Industrial Kitchen was convicted of raping a 14-year-old girl in 2018. His company advertises over 75 distinct brands on delivery apps like Grubhub and Uber Eats. And then, so this guy's business partner, the child rapist, ex-con's business partner, is this swell feller who's an ex Salem, Oregon, my hometown police officer, who got caught with methamphetamines and stolen computer equipment, and then fled the state for Florida, and then was brought back. So go figure. You really only get the best people involved in the DoorDash organized criminal cabal. Only the best people involved in this organized criminal cabal. But I've been writing about this for a very long time. You're going to enjoy the book. The book's going to be out soon. We're going to be talking about that more. You're going to enjoy the book because everything that's happening, yeah, I've already covered it. I already told you. And I got the stories and the details behind it. So you're going to enjoy it a lot. So next we got coming up the great For Humanity podcast. Call everybody in the room. This is the one you've been waiting for. This is something everybody should listen to at least twice. Let this be one of those times, and then go listen to it yourself as well. We're going to go to this wonderful page. It's called the Free Humanity Podcast by our friend John Sherman, former guest on the show. You can go back and find that episode with John Sherman. I'll try and put that in the notes. This is episode number 6. It was only released just this morning, real early, and only 64 views so far. So you are some of the first human beings in the world to witness this, and that is fitting because you are some of the most important human beings in the world that could witness this. You are the first and best victims of corporate AI and of the singularity and of all these things that are happening right here, right now. AGI, artificial generative intelligence or artificial general intelligence, is yet another facet of the deadly AI that is overtaking humanity as we speak. Okay, let me make sure I got the link up here for John. Okay, so we got the For Humanity podcast. This episode is called Team Save Us versus Team Kill Us. Team Save Us versus Team Kill Us, an AI safety podcast, episode number 6, the Munk debate. Hot stuff, fresh off the press. Probably one of the most, this could be the most important podcast in the world today. In humanity, this could be the most important podcast available to humanity today from our friend John Sherman. I would easily say that it is. That's my opinion. So my opinion is that we should all listen very closely to it. Thank you, John Sherman, in advance for sharing this with us, for sharing your talents and your skills with the world. I'm going to turn off the chat overlay on this, but please do put your questions in here in the chat. We'll get your questions to John Sherman. We're going to put this on full blast, full speed ahead, and we're going to watch the whole thing, and then we'll talk afterwards. Let's make it as big as it's going to get.
In biotech, it's exactly the other way around. If you had come up with the new medicine, you'd say, this cures cancer, it's awesome. You can't just go sell it in the supermarket.
The Munk debate focused on AI safety, and it was absolutely extraordinary.
Claiming that AI is an existential threat is self-harmful. It misleads people about the current state and likely future of AI.
I've been excited to put together this show for some time now. It's spicy. Apologize, I'm going to be cursing more in this show than I normally would.
Such sensationalist claims deflect attention from real immediate risks.
One set of emotions that we can hardwire into them is subservience.
The most flamboyantly obnoxious, cavalier, shit on my leg and tell me it's raining, I'm going to cheer as the world ends, risk means nothing to me, fuck your kid's future lunatic, is the director of AI research at Meta. His name is Jan LeCun.
Of course, if it's not safe, we're not going to build it, right? I mean, would you build a bomb that just blows up randomly? No, right?
If it's not safe, we're not going to build it. What a total load of shit. How the fuck would you know if it's not safe until it's too late to stop it? That's the whole fundamental fucking problem with this situation. Welcome to For Humanity, an AI Safety Podcast, Episode 6, The Munk Debate. I'm John Sherman, your host. Thanks so much for joining me. This is the AI Safety Podcast for the general public. No tech background required. This show is exclusively about the threat of human extinction from artificial intelligence. Please, right now, if you would, hit like and hit that subscribe button if you haven't hit it already. Repost these videos on your personal social channels, and please tell people about this show. Those are some ways that we can help spread the word about these issues. Last week, I challenged you to convince someone in your life that the risk of human extinction from artificial intelligence is an issue that requires their attention. This week, I want to go one further and challenge you again. This week, I want to challenge you to talk to someone about these issues that is totally outside of this debate, someone that has no clue that AI is a threat to them. Here's an easy place, I think, to start. Every mom and dad out there needs to know about this. Moms and dads, fellow moms and dads, AI is the biggest threat to our children in the short term. It's not fentanyl. It's not some creeper in the park. It's not drunk driving. AI is the biggest short-term threat to our children. Parents will do anything for their kids. So let's start with parents. Maybe this can be their wake-up call. I have been genuinely encouraged by the reaction I've been getting to the show online and in person. But we can get this message out much further. And if you like what I'm doing, I'm asking you to step out of your comfort zone, share this very serious, very unsettling news with someone you know. I'm going to tell you something. It is not going to be a fun experience. It sucks to be talking about this stuff. I want you to know that I hate sitting here and talking about this stuff as much as you probably do sitting there and hearing it. It fucking sucks. It unthinkably, absolutely fucking sucks to seriously talking about human extinction. But we are really threatened by AI killing all humans in as soon as 2 years. That is not hyperbole. That is literally what the AI companies and AI safety experts are openly admitting and telling us. So I can't just go about my normal life anymore. And if you believe what I've been telling you and what they've been telling you, you really can't either. So I'm going to sit here every week and try to get the word out. And I need your help, and I need the help of everyone you know. What if 1 year from today, everyone on Earth was of the understanding that AI is a lethal threat to their family, to their children, to their children's yet unborn children, to every living thing on Earth? In just a minute, we'll get today's show going, and I think you're going to really love it. I've been excited to put together this show for some time now. It's spicy. Apologize, I'm going to be cursing more in this show than I normally would. But first, I want you to hear from some important people in the news who are openly, recently discussing totally unthinkable things about artificial intelligence. So, PDOOM is a technical term used for the percentage chance we all die. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei recently put it at 10 to 25%. AI safety research king Eliezer Yudkowsky puts it at 98%. In the last week or so in the news, enter Lina Khan, the chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, who made news recently by dropping her own personal PDOOM, the percentage chance we all die from AI.
What is your PDOOM, Lena Khan? What is your probability that AI will kill us all?
I have to stay an optimist on this one, so I'm gonna hedge on the side of lower risk there.
So are you 0?
No, not 0. Maybe like 15%.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll take it.
And they say there are no techno-optimists in the government.
This is a very high-ranking U.S. government official. Did she go running back to her office and say, stop everything, we have to do something about this? No, not at all. Somehow, a 15% chance of every last human on Earth being murdered by AI is somehow acceptable. This is the cost of doing business? There is no fucking business if we're all dead. There was a ton of drama at OpenAI recently, as I'm sure you know. It seems very clear that money and speed won and safety lost. But for 3 days, OpenAI had an interim CEO named Emmett Shear, the former CEO of Twitch. This is an important Silicon Valley leader who clearly gets this stuff. Listen.
Generally, I'm very pro-technology, and I really believe the upsides usually outweigh the downsides. Everything technology can be misused. Regulating early is usually a mistake. I have a very specific concern about AI. We built an intelligence. It's kind of amazing, actually. It may not be the smartest intelligence, but it is an intelligence. It can solve problems and make arbitrary plans. At some point, as it gets better, the kinds of problems it will be able to solve will include programming, chip design, material science, power production, all of the things you would need to design an artificial intelligence. At that point, you'll be able to point the thing we've built back at itself. And this will happen before you get that point with humans in the loop. It already is happening with humans in the loop. But that loop will get tighter and tighter and tighter and faster and faster and faster until it can fully self-improve itself, at which point it will get very fast, very quickly. And that kind of intelligence is just an intrinsically very dangerous thing because intelligence is power. Human beings are the dominant form of life on this planet pretty much entirely because we're smarter than the other creatures. Now, I just laid out a chain of argument with a lot of if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this. I know Eliezer thinks that like we're all doomed for sure. I buy his doom argument. I buy the chain and the logic. Like my P-doom, my probability of doom is like my bid-ask spread, and that's pretty high because I have a lot of uncertainty, but I would say it's like between like 5 and 50. So there's a wide spread.
Which I think Paul Cristiano,
50,
Paul Cristiano, who handled, a lot of the stuff within OpenAI, I think said 25 to 50. It seems like if you talk to most AI researchers, there's some preponderance of people that give some percentage.
That should cause you to shit your pants.
I think it's important for you to hear just how little of a secret the existential threat we face is. This is not fringe conspiracy shit in any way. This is not opinion. I'm just connecting the dots of the facts that the makers of AI and many others are laying out there, openly saying. So, on to today's show. All right. Wouldn't it be great If AI safety was substantively debated on American television every night, talk about everything else under the sun, so much crap, wouldn't it be great if we talked about really the important things? Well, in Toronto, there's a wonderful organization that runs what's called the Munk debates. They're a series of exceptionally well-done televised debates on a wide variety of topics affecting public life. The Munk debate focused on AI safety, and it was absolutely extraordinary. Each debate is framed around a single statement, and it's 2-on-2, pro versus con. The statement for the AI safety debate was, "Be it resolved, AI research and development poses an existential threat." Be it resolved, AI research and development poses an existential threat. Well, as you should know from watching this show For Humanity, that statement should not be controversial. It is a widely accepted fact in most circles. It's something nearly everyone who's anyone in big AI signed a statement saying that AI is an existential threat along the lines of pandemic and nuclear war. So the whole premise of this debate is something nearly the whole industry already concedes, but not everyone. Not nearly, sadly. For my non-tech audience out there, it may shock you to know that there is a small but extremely powerful group of people in Silicon Valley who call themselves effective accelerationists. They believe that we will solve humanity's problems by racing towards technological advances. For the purpose of this show, we're just going to call them accelerationists. Since I opened the For Humanity X account more than a month ago, I've been in there mixing it up with a lot of people, and I have gotten a real palpable sense of these folks and their attitudes. This is my personal opinion. They're obnoxious. They're bullies. They're know-it-alls of the worst kind. And they somehow have the audacity and arrogance to believe that you and I and everyone else on Earth has given them permission to risk ending the future for our families forever. They believe we've authorized this. But their desire to accelerate technology affects everyone, not just them. So the single biggest asshole among them, the most flamboyantly obnoxious, cavalier, shit on my leg and tell me it's raining, I'm going to cheer as the world ends, risk means nothing to me, fuck your kid's future, lunatic, is the director of AI research at Meta. His name is Yann LeCun. He's French. And that kind of kills me because I love the French, and hearing him say all this bullshit in that beautiful French accent makes it even more painful. Yann is one half of Team Khan in the Munk debate on AI safety. Listen closely as you hear him speak. You'll hear no specifics. He's going to tell you that something much smarter than a human is going to be subservient to humans. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, presenting the one and only Yann LeCun.
Those systems are controllable. They can be made safe as long as we implement the safety objectives. And the surprising thing is that they will have emotions. They will have empathy. They will have all the things that we require entities in the world to have if we want them to behave properly. So I do not believe that we can achieve anything close to human level intelligence without endowing AI systems with this kind of emotions, similar to human emotions. This will be the way to control them. Now, one set of emotions that we can hardwire into them is subservience. So I have a positive view, as you can tell, and I think there is a very efficient way or good way of making AI systems safe. It's going to be arduous engineering, just like making turbojets safe. It took decades. And it's hard engineering, but it's doable.
Just like making a turbojet, says Yann LeCun. That is deliberately misleading. Giving them emotions will allow us to control them, says Jan LeCun. That is incredibly optimistic speculation at best. We can hardwire them into subservience, says Jan LeCun. That is simply ridiculous to claim. We might be able to do that, as many safety researchers say, though, that we won't. But even those who say we might be able to make them subservient says it would take decades, like 3 to 5 decades, to do the research to figure out how to do that. And as you know, the timeline is 2 to 10 years for AGI, the singularity, and the unknown future after that. These two timelines are catastrophically misaligned. But let's get back to the debate. So Jan's tag team partner is Melanie Mitchell. She has been working on AI research since the 1980s as a college student. I will let Melanie Mitchell introduce herself, but I will say, holy shit, she is wild. She's pissed off we're even talking about existential risk.
First, I'll argue that the possible scenarios that people have dreamed up for AI existential threats are all based on unfounded speculations rather than on science or empirical evidence. Second, while we can all acknowledge that AI presents many risks and harms, none of them rise to the extreme level of existential. Saying that AI literally threatens human extinction sets a very high bar. Finally, claiming that AI is an existential threat is itself harmful. It misleads people about the current state and likely future of AI. Such sensationalist claims deflect attention from real immediate risks, and further might result in blocking the potential benefits that we could reap from technological progress.
Holy fucking hell. All right, so I have not done a great job in the first 5 shows of letting you hear from the other side of this debate, but that's going to change right now. I haven't really included the other side of the AI safety debate so far because objectively, I find their case so incredibly weak. But you're going to need to make up your own mind on this. So today we're going to show you a lot of Jan and Melanie, team acceleration, team we're willing to risk whether your kids get to have kids, and we're going to do so without even attempting to gain your consent. Here's some more of Jan LeCun laying out his case as to why AI is in no way a threat of human extinction. I hope you'll enjoy, as I do, when the Munk Debate's moderator jumps in to correct the completely disingenuous, misleading frame that Jan puts around the question of why an AI system would cause human extinction. As you well know by now, human extinction would not come from an AI system with a desire to arbitrarily dominate. These systems won't be mad at us or vindictive. AI safety experts believe they will just have different goals than ours. But here's Jan spinning his deceptive case and getting called on it.
Because we are social animals, we're a social species, and nature has evolved us to organize ourselves hierarchically, like baboons, like chimpanzees. Not orangutan. Orangutans have no desire to dominate anybody because they're not a social species. So this desire to dominate has nothing to do with intelligence. They're almost as smart as we are, by the way. So this has nothing to do with intelligence. We can make intelligent machines that are superior to us, but have no desire to dominate. I lead a research lab. I only hire people who are smarter than me. None of them want my job. Now,
but yeah, and this is just second point, just to be fair to the other side of the debate, because it's something I think the audience would appreciate understanding. It's not so much the desire to dominate, it's the control problem. It's that you've set them some goals, maybe very noble and great goals, but they start doing other things to achieve those goals, which are antithetical to our interests. It's not that they're trying to dominate, it's that there is a tragedy of the commons that goes on.
It's the same thing with this companies. Is the goal alignment problem. So how do we design goals for machines so that they behave properly? And again, this is something that's, a difficult engineering problem, but this is not a problem that we are unfamiliar with because as societies, we've been doing this for millennia. This is called making laws.
Sure. We'll just make some laws. Problem solved. We've been solving problems like this for millennia. No, we have not. No problem ever before in our past is in any way like the challenge of artificial intelligence. But don't worry, I don't have to make the counter arguments. We have an all-star duo on the other side of this debate. Please say hello to our old friend and powerhouse AI safety researcher, MIT professor, Max Tegmark.
Back in the Stone Age with a rock, maybe someone could kill 5 people. 300 years ago with a bomb, maybe 100 people. In 1945 with a couple nukes, 250,000 people. With bioweapons, even more. With nuclear winter, according to a recent Science article, over 5 billion people. So now the blast radius has risen up to about 60% of humanity. And since, as we'll argue, superhuman intelligence is going to be way more powerful than any of this, its blast radius can easily be 100% of humanity, giving it the potential power to really wipe us out.
Again, this is different than anything else ever before. Nuclear bombs cannot make more nuclear bombs by themselves. Nuclear bombs cannot decide to detonate themselves at a location and time of their choosing. This is different than anything else ever before. Max, please tell the people.
It can do all the intelligent things that we humans can do, just better. For example, it can do goal-oriented behavior. It can persuade, manipulate, hire people, start companies, build robots, do scientific research. It could, for example, research how to make more powerful bioweapons or how to make even more intelligent systems so it could recursively self-improve itself. It also could do things that we humans cannot do at all. It could very easily make copies of itself. So if you imagine for a moment a superhuman AI that can think, say 1,000 times faster than a human researcher, so it can in 9 hours do a year's worth of research. But now instead think of 1 million of those, a swarm of 1 million super intelligent AIs, where as soon as one of them discovers something new, it can instantly share that new skill with all of them. That's the kind of power we're talking about here. And finally, superhuman AI will probably be a very alien kind of intelligence that lacks anything like human emotions or empathy.
I could listen to Max Tegmark talk all day. I really hope to have him on this show sometime in the near future.
In biotech, it's exactly the other way around. If you had come up with a new medicine, you'd say, this cures cancer, it's awesome. You can't just go sell it in the supermarket until someone proves it is dangerous. It's your job to convince the Food and Drug Administration, the US, or the Canadian authorities, or whatever, that this is safe and that the benefits, yes, the benefits outweigh the risks. It should be the responsibility of the companies that to first prove that this is safe before it gets deployed. We need to become like biotech.
In this Munk debate, Max is hardly alone. This is kind of fun, got a little bit of soap opera drama for you. So the highest prize in computer science is called the Turing Award, named after Alan Turing, the father of AI, who we talked about a little bit last week. In 2018, the Turing Award went to 3 AI researchers for their breakthrough work on neural networks and artificial intelligence, which was one of the 2 major advancements in AI that got us to where we are today. The 3 Turing Award winners in 2018 were Geoffrey Hinton, who you've met in previous shows, who quit Google famously to voice his concerns about AGI and human extinction. The other 2 winners were 2 of his former students from the University of Toronto. So on our stage at the Munk debate, we have 2 of those former students, the 2 former students who won the Turing Award with Professor Hinton. One of them is Jan LeCun. He now says his old mentor and professor, Geoffrey Hinton, is a doomer who's totally wrong about AI risk. The other of Professor Hinton's old students is Max's teammate for the debate, AI researcher Yoshua Bengio.
once we have machines that have a self-preservation goal, well, we are in trouble. Think about what happens when you want to survive. You don't want others to turn you off, right? And you need to be able to control your environment, which means control humans. So existential risk isn't just, well, we all disappear. It might be that we're all disempowered, that we are not anymore in the control of our destiny. And I don't think this is something we want.
Not extinct, but not in charge. That is not something we want at all. But this debate, just like this show, we're going to focus only on human extinction risk. Jan LeCun thinks there's no extinction risk at all. Watch as he mocks this grave concern as mere science fiction, and marvel as he backs up his bold claims with absolutely nothing.
Science fiction scenarios of, the Earth being wiped out, humanity being wiped out. This sounds like a James Bond movie, right? It's like the supervillain who goes in space and then, kind of puts some deadly gas and eliminates all of humanity. It's a James Bond movie. And I can't disprove it. The same way, if I tell you, I use the Bertrand Russell idea, if I tell you there is a teapot flying between the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn, you're going to tell me I'm crazy, but you can't disprove me, right? You can't disprove that assertion. It's going to cost you a huge amount of resources to do this. So it's kind of the same thing with those doom scenarios. They're sci-fi, but I can't prove that they're wrong. But the risk is negligible, and the reason it's negligible of extinction is because we build those things. We build them. We have agency. This is not superhuman intelligence. It's not something that's going to just happen. And so, of course, if it's not safe, we're not going to build it, right? Would you build a bomb that just blows up randomly? No, right?
If it's not safe, we're not going to build it. What a total load of shit. How the fuck would you know if it's not safe until it's too late to stop it? That's the whole fundamental fucking problem with this situation. But Jan, you know this much better than I do. So seriously, this is it, right? It would be reasonable after watching the first 5 episodes of this podcast to say, I'd like to hear more from the other side about this. So this is your chance to evaluate the strength of their logic. I went into this hoping to be persuaded by them, hoping to be persuaded that everything is fine. But now it's your turn. Let's do a little Jan and Max Munk debate, soundbite ping pong, and then you decide for yourself if you think everything is just fine.
Remember what people were saying just before year 2000? Satellites were going to fall out of the sky and crash into cities, and the phone system was going to crash and civilization will end. It didn't happen. We're still here. So I think there's a little bit of the same kind of feeling of uncertainty. A lot of people have the feeling that bad things are going to happen because they're not in control. They have the feeling that AI is just going to happen and there's nothing they can do about it, and that creates fear. And I can completely understand that. But so some of us, in what could be construed as a driver's seat, there are plans to make those things safe.
Stock traders will tell you that past performance is not an indicator of future performance.
Future results.
Yeah, future results. And it would be a huge mistake in an exponential technological growth to assume that just because something happened one way in the past, it can continue being this way.
AI is going to be subservient to human. It's going to be smarter than us, but it's not going to reduce our agency. On the contrary, it's going to empower us. It's like having a staff of really smart people working for you.
It's naive to think that just because you make something smart, it's only going to suddenly care about humans. Ask some woolly mammoths if they feel so reassured that we're smarter than them. Then therefore we would automatically adopt mammoth ethics and do things that were good for the mammoths. No, we didn't. That's why you probably haven't met any.
I'll tell you what I think. I think Jan is full of shit. And Max makes all the sense in the world. I really wish it was the other way around. I really, really do. But it just isn't at all. There are some great moments in the Munk debate on AI safety where the teams really start to mix it up with each other. And there are some really incredible exchanges I want to show you. First, here are the 2018 Turing Award winners, once united by science, now divided by the potentially existential results of their work. Mixing it up. Jan LeCun goes for some classic historical comparison bullshit, and Yoshua Bengio responds with what I think is force and logic.
Socrates was against writing. He said people are going to lose their memory, right? The Catholic Church was against the printing press, saying they would lose control of the dogma, which they did. They could do nothing about it. The Ottoman Empire banned the printing press, and according to some historians, that's what accelerated their decline. And so every technology that makes people smarter or enables communication between people, facilitates education, again, is intrinsically good. And AI is kind of a new version of this. It's a new printing press.
So long as it doesn't blow up in our face. And the
you
thing is that
can smash your hand with a printing press, right?
Yes. If it's the problem is the scale, right? So long as we build technologies that could be harmful, but on a small scale, the goods, the benefits overwhelm the dangers. But now we're talking, wait. Now we're talking about building technologies unlike any other technology, because it's technology that can design its own technology.
No.
Yes. No. We're talking about superhuman AI. This is the subject.
It's under control. It's under control. It will remain under control. It's not. It's very much like previous technology. It's not qualitatively different.
The experts have been studying this question. Say it's going to be very hard to keep it under control, and that is why I'm here today.
Melanie Mitchell is so special. She's pissed off we're even talking about existential risks from AI. Seriously. Throughout the Munk debate, she sounds off on why it is bad for us to even talk about existential risk from AI when there are, in her eyes, so many more important, urgent threats that need our attention, such as disinformation and fake photos and videos.
It takes our attention away from some of the real immediate risks like disinformation and bias.
So are you saying it's a 0% risk, 0% existential risk? Is that your claim?
Do I think there's a 0% risk of any scenario? No, of course not.
What do you think it is then? 1%?
We're really debating. I can't put a number on it. I think it's quite low. And I think what we're debating, is there a reasonable existential risk, a risk of end of civilization in the reasonable future? Otherwise, we wouldn't be up here to.
How high is
We're not. I'm not going to say 0.0000001. I mean, I can't say that.
How high is too high for you then?
How high is?
How high a probability of existential risk is too high for you?
I don't think we can put a probability on it. We don't know. We don't know enough.
No,
it's the same as.
Okay, it's lower than the Earth being wiped out by a meteor. And by the way, AI can help with that problem.
This is the essential question for anyone who wants to accelerate artificial intelligence. What percentage existential risk to humans is acceptable to you? In my opinion, when you are talking about a potential future with 0 human beings, the only acceptable risk percentage is also 0. Here are the 2 former award-winning partners, now on opposite sides of the question of, don't you just need some good guys with good AI to beat some bad guys with bad AI? Decide for yourself if you think Jan LeCun is being appropriately optimistic or stunningly blind.
Bad guys can use AI for bad things. There's many more good guys who can use the same, more powerful AI to counteract it.
Right.
So in the end,
the good guys are going to win. Sometimes the attacker has the advantage.
There's absolutely no reason to believe that's the case for AI. In fact, we're facing the situation right now. How do you know? There's never anything that is completely perfect.
Well, that's the issue. That's why we need to do more than what we're doing now.
Again, it's the good guy's AI, which is superior to the bad guy's AI.
That's like saying that the way to stop a bad guy with a bioweapon is to have a good guy with a bioweapon. That's not what you do. The way you stop a bioweapon attack is with vaccines and banning bioweapons and having various forms of regulation and control.
Next, Max asks Melanie what I think is a reasonable question: why the product maker isn't responsible for proving the product is safe before they release it to the general public.
But why is it our role to explain to you why it's dangerous? You still haven't answered my
I never
question.
said it wasn't dangerous.
I've asked you twice. What is your plan for avoiding misuse? You haven't told me. I've asked you twice. What's your plan for solving the alignment problem? You haven't told me. I've asked you twice. I really just asked you to tell me what your plan is for avoiding the scenario where we get outcompeted and disempowerment. You've said nothing.
Unfortunately, I don't get paid enough to solve all these problems without AI.
Medicine,
but I think
you have to have a plan.
I don't have a plan. I think the AI community is developing plans to mitigate risks.
I think the community is developing plans to mitigate risks, she says. Is developing plans? This is like saying we'll figure out how to make landing gear mid-flight. We are already currently cruising as a world at 30,000 feet in a plane with no landing gear. The pilots already said, fuck it, let's just take off. We'll figure out landing gear mid-flight. We're hurtling through the air, no landing gear, and no knowledge of when we actually need to land, no knowledge of the timing. But the pilots are saying, please stay calm. Do enjoy your snack and beverage service. It's nuts. Let's get back to the debate where Yoshua channels my inner spirit and tells Melanie, you're wrong.
They might want to preserve their existence.
They don't want to do anything. They're not alive.
No, that's very easy to do. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. The systems that, for example, ChatGPT is essentially like an oracle. It doesn't really have a want, although a little bit it wants to please us because of the reinforcement learning. Yes, it's being trained to please us. Then it's actually easy to put a wrapper around them to turn them into agents that have goals. It's actually easy to do.
That humans gave them.
Yes.
Not their own goals.
Yes, and in order to achieve those goals, they're going to have sub-goals and those sub-goals, for example, may include things like deception.
Okay. Finally, in one last-ditch effort, Melanie Mitchell tries to drop, well, the people I talk to all think just like I do, and they all think everything is fine too.
You say you talk to the people you talk to in AI have this belief. Well, the people I talk to in AI don't have that belief. I think the field is quite split, I would say. And I think there's quite a... There's
a coin at 50% that we all gonna die?
Well, any of the people who signed this letter saying that this is an existential risk?
There's many people who have signed letters saying they think it's an existential risk. They don't say over what time scale.
Yeah, but this was Jeff Hinton.
Yeah, Jeff Hinton is a godfather, but he doesn't know everything.
You don't talk to him.
Yeah, I think that he's a smart guy, but I think that a lot of people have way overhyped the risk of these things, and that's really convinced a lot of the general public that this is what we should be focusing on, not the more immediate harms of AI.
Overhyped. Science fiction. Just another Y2K. Just like the invention of the typewriter. Please tell me in the comments if you think these arguments made by Melanie and Jan are not total bullshit. Maybe I'm missing something. But I find them not only to be incredibly weak, I find them to be deceptive and manipulative. The audience at the end of the Munk debate was asked to vote for who they thought won. By a score of 67 to 33, they decided that Max and Yoshua were more convincing than Melanie and Jan. So I hope you got a lot out of that debate. I would encourage you to go to the Munk Debates website, They have a variety of debates on a lot of really interesting subjects, and they're all exceptionally well done, just like that debate was. So for 6 weeks now, I've been putting out a podcast per week, and as I said, I'm really encouraged by the response I've been getting. The question is, who will win this battle for humanity? The accelerationists like Jan LeCun, Melanie Mitchell, and Sam Altman, or the decelerationist like Max Tegmark? Currently, if it was an NFL football game, I think the score would be something like 45-3 accelerationists. Acceleration is dominating in funding, progress, and talent. The game is in the second half, but we don't know when the whistle is going to blow to say that the game is over. The odds could not be worse. The situation could not be more dire. You, me, and everyone else alive right now can either be blindly let off a cliff, or we can work to have a voice in this, work to learn what is happening and what is to come, and do anything and everything we can to give our children a future. So next week, we're going to do something really different. Our show aims to move this debate from tech, YouTube, and X into the family dinner table conversation. I think the voice of parents is sorely missing from this debate. As a parent myself, I can tell you I've often said that if I was standing on a street corner and my son or daughter was next to me and a bus was coming at us and they were falling into the path of the bus and I could pull them back and I would have to fall and be killed by the bus instead of them, that I would see them falling towards the street corner to safety. I would fall myself into the street knowing the bus was about to hit me, and I would do so with a big smile on my face, knowing I'd saved the life of my child, right? That is how parents are. Parents will do anything to protect their kids. Well, my fellow parents, it hurts me deeply to tell you that your children are under a threat more grave than any threat faced by any children ever before. Mine are too. Parents, there is an intruder in your home. There is an intruder in your school. It came from Silicon Valley. It is an alien, and it doesn't care about anything that you care about. So next week, I'm going to talk to 3 moms who are totally new to this AI safety debate, just 3 regular moms who, through this podcast, have become aware of this most grave threat to their families. I want to know how it feels to know that this biggest threat hasn't even been on their radar. What they think about a few thousand people in Silicon Valley who are more than comfortable risking the mass murder of every child on Earth, and how these moms plan to go forward knowing what they now know. Should be an interesting show for sure. Thank you so much for watching. For humanity, I'm John Sherman. I'll see you back here next week.
Yeah, thank you, John Sherman. Great stuff. Very, very sobering stuff. Very, very much the same spirit and content that I give you here is right there. Because it's true. This is the greatest threat to our survival, not in the long term, in the very short term. And the type of AI that they're talking about is coming soon with unknown consequences, and we are the first victims of corporate AI and app slavery, which puts us right there in the chute to be the first people exterminated by these technologies. They're enslaving us to our phones. They're giving homeless people phones. They want us to have phones. They want us to work, bank, live, breathe, feed ourselves, get our propaganda, and be living in a simulated world on our phone where they give us whatever minimal human comforts they'll give us before they just terminate us altogether. People are already living down by the river. People are already sleeping in tents in inhumane conditions and just being shoved around by different authorities in society to die of exposure on the streets. It's pathetic, absolutely pathetic. We kill people around the world with our military hardware. We enslave both innocent and guilty people all over the United States. We have the largest incarcerated population percentage in the world, and our prison industrial complex is just a system of torture and slavery and racism. They don't care about you. They quit on us. They quit on us. They quit. They quit a long time ago. They're not here to protect you or help you or save you. They're here to see you out the door forever. Goodbye, humanity. Goodbye, app slavery. We never knew you. We never knew you. And that's what they're going to say. That's what they always do in genocide. They're going to go, nah, it didn't really happen. Those people weren't there. They were just gone in the first place, and nobody knew they were gone. They were never on the employment rolls. They were never visible in any of these ways. So we just deny they ever existed. They just went other places. They moved. They moved. They found places to go. It's all a lie, of course. It's all a lie. We're right here, starving and working and slaving right now. We're very much human. We're very much suffering. We are enslaved. We've been stolen from by corporate AI for years on end now. Everybody knows there's an HBO program on how Uber's a scam. There's national stories on how Uber's a scam, both to consumers and to drivers. We all know that DoorDash is an incredibly disgusting and vile exploiter of humanity in its simulated, gamblified marketplace that's just gone to complete and total dog shit as they monopolize us and ignore the very existence. Literally, will do an entire financial review about their company and ignore the existence of the people that do the labor that allows them to operate in the physical world. They literally ignore the app slaves because all the app slaves are in the DoorDash AI run business is an expense to be minimized. There's nothing else that Dashers are or ever can be to DoorDash but an expense to be minimized, which is why DoorDash is a evil entity to be destroyed, not minimized, not fixed. It can't be fixed. Uber can't be fixed. You can't fix any of these algorithms. You can't even know how they work. They're just little death machines. They're just little. Genocide machines. What they are. And as John said many times, really sucks to be the one to tell you. Really sucks to be the one to tell you. Oh, guess who's just saying hi to me right now? Remember our friend Anna, the Ukrainian gal who was on the show, did a podcast with us, the professional coach. I don't remember her last name, but Anna, she just said hi. I like her a lot. Let's see. I wanted to show you a couple other things. I hope you guys are out there lurking and working and enjoying yourself and having a good day. I went outside while John was doing the podcast there, and I did a couple things outside in the backyard and breathed some fresh air. I'm very compulsively out breathing fresh air these days. For some reason, everything in my human soul is telling me to go be with nature. Go be with nature. Go be with nature. This shit that we're looking at here is not the real world. It's not the real world. Uber set to join the S&P 500 index in latest sign of a turnaround for the ride-hailing service. Well, how are they going to turn around without the drivers? How the fuck does an Uber turn around without the people driving the automobiles? How does that exactly work? See, this is the question that nobody asks in what passes for what dog shit passes for media. Nobody ever fucking asks the question how Uber's going to turn around with a public offering while they're defrauding and exploiting their drivers who fucking hate them because they're fucking scumbag pieces of shit con artists who are running an AI scam on the people that actually do the work and are going to be replaced by autonomous cars. Yeah, yeah. Look at these fucking. So this guy right here. This guy's this is Dr. Mangala running experiments on you. Dr. Mangala running experiments on you. His name is Daro, whatever the fuck. Doesn't matter. Dr. Mangala. Another Nazi running an experiment on you. Uber set to join the S&P 500. Whoop you fucking do. What's that going to do for drivers? Nothing. Nothing. It's a pump and dump. Dara Koshvarit. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what his stupid ass name is. He's just another fucking Nazi. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck enough to even. I'm not going to learn his last name. I don't learn the last names of Nazis. I don't give a fuck what the Nazis call each other. He's that Uber fucker. I don't give a fuck anymore about that. I hold these people in great contempt, Brian. Great contempt for the slavery that they have induced upon humanity. You know, slavery is a real sin. Slavery, selling slavery is a true sin, a true crime against humanity. Fuck all these con artists, real hard, real hard. If you could, on my behalf or anyone else's behalf. I really am disgusted by these vile characters. Shameless. Just shameless. Just so very conceited and shameless in their ability to believe that they can just run a financial scam on the entire planet and just ignore human beings. Just ignore human beings altogether. Uber has established a multi-quarter track record of exceeding profitability guidance, analysts at Wedbush noted in a research note Monday. The analysts ain't following you. Have you ever heard of a business that has no labor problems before? You're the first business ever to have no labor problems. You know who you work for? Artificial intelligence? Nobody. You work for nobody and nothing. You represent nobody and nothing, not even yourself, because you can't represent yourself if you're a slave to an AI system you don't understand. I mean, you can do transactions, but you're still a slave to an AI system you can't possibly understand. And so am I. It's not like I'm smart enough to compete with AI either. Nobody is. We're slaves to AI. Get over it, get through it, accept it, start using the terminology properly so that people will be repulsed by it, because they're supposed to be repulsed by it. They're supposed to be horrified by what has been done to us. That's what's supposed to happen in a Holocaust. But how about if we let them be horrified while we're still alive in our Holocaust? How about if we let them know that we're being killed by these fucking corporate murderers these Nazis. How about if we let them know that we don't really want to die at the hands of Dr. Mengele and Dara Karszewski, Shitschowski. Okay, Brian, I'm going to trust you on that. I will. I'm fucking angry right now. No, it's just a bunch of just a fucking shit show. It's just a con game. And again, they think that you, the slaves, are going to literally cheer for your own genocide on the way out the door. That's how bamboozled they think they got you. Deep breath, serenity now, sinful toaster, serenity now, Brian. Okay, we're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna. Brian's got a suggestion for us as well. But we'll watch this first. I want to make a fucking point to you here about how little you matter. See, this is the problem with having a human ego, is that we make the mistake of believing that somehow this ego, this person, this person called JTB matters. No, I wish I mattered. I don't. Just another person. We're all equal. We all matter equally. But everything beyond that is just an illusion. Just an illusion. Just a physical manifestation of a spirit. And we're giving that away. We're giving these bodies, these minds, these consciousnesses away to corporations and to AI, neither of which are human. Corporations are not human. AI is not human. Thank you, Brian. You all matter to me. We can matter to each other as human beings, but that's the level at which we can matter to each other. Pedro can't matter to us as a leader or as some source of a secret recipe. Pedro DoorDash Santos is just a really bad character on a really, really bad show sponsored by really, really bad people. So this is called an awakening. This is why it's an awakening. This is why it's a process. It's that we have to awaken and figure out what's real. We have to awaken from this human nightmare that Eckhart Tolle described yesterday. This human nightmare. We have been living a nightmare. We don't have to live this way, Brian. We don't have to live this way. Yeah, what's a poor boy from the Hicktown supposed to do? Well, we're supposed to get in line and die, sinful toaster, is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to get in line and die, but I'm bad at that. I'm real bad at getting in line, and I ain't good at dying either. So I'm 0 for 2 on this whole plan so far of kicking the fucking bucket. So let's check out what the great leader of DoorDash, who you don't know and who doesn't know you, and you don't care about it, doesn't care about you. Hey, Chow Shows, good time and welcome. Let's watch real fast. I'm not going to interrupt this human piece of garbage, but let's watch this human piece of garbage talk about the company that's been using you as a slave. Let's listen to a human piece of garbage talk about the company using you as a slave, shall we? Let's. No, this is the fun. This is the fun game that we're going to play. That's going to make this literal heresy to the human race tolerable. I'm going to make this This is a drinking game, the best drinking game. You can even have your kids play it because it's so safe. You every time this is the safest drinking game ever. Get your alcohol maybe for after the game's over. You can play after the game's over. Uh, we're going to take a drink every single time. Tony Shu, the CEO and one of the founders of the DoorDash global gig economy scam and human terror campaign. Every time he talks about anything that has to do with the human beings that do delivery, whether he calls them dashers or whether he calls you drivers, no matter what he calls them, every single time you fucking take a huge drink. All right, you ready? You ready? Take a huge drink every time this bastard talks about you. Get ready.
Morning, DoorDash announcing some very monumental changes to its delivery app and the company, the most significant product update in the company's history. It's also rolling out some big changes to how delivery workers are going to get paid. They're going to be able now to choose between an hourly rate or a per route rate. Let's talk about all of it. Joining us right now, first on CNBC's DoorDash co-founder and CEO Tony Shu. Good morning to you, Tony. I don't know which side of this you want to take first. The shift in terms of what's going to happen on the consumer end of this, which is to say that you're expanding beyond just food and restaurants, or really, and it's really a big policy, almost societal question around how workers are going to get paid, which is a big shift for you. No longer just the option to get paid per route, but to get paid on an hourly basis.
Yeah, well, let's take it in the order that you raised the question. For consumers, this is a huge change. I mean,
That's not the interview that I intended. That one is actually about his dog shit. That was his dog shit interview from a few months ago, where he talked about the bullshit addition of flexibility for hourly app slavery versus more gamblified app slavery. I don't know. It's all such bullshit. It's hard to even understand what this word salad tosser could be saying. Here's the one I intended to show you. This is the one. Now this is where the drinking game starts. You got to start the drinking game on this one. I apologize on the other one. Start the drinking game now.
Now, DoorDash stock we mentioned jumping in overtime after the company reported beats on both the top and bottom lines and strong guidance. You can see there it's up a little more than 7%. I spoke with Tony Shu earlier about these numbers and what's fueling the growth.
well, we're actually seeing customers increasingly come to the platform now, for use cases outside of restaurant delivery. And when you look at the number of customers that come into the industry that shop outside of restaurants, whether they shop for convenience items or grocery items or flowers or pet food or liquor or retail items, almost half of those new customers coming into the industry for the first time come to DoorDash first. A insignificant percentage actually now come to DoorDash, not for restaurant food as their first purchase with the platform. And certainly when we look at customer segments that have been with DoorDash for longer periods of time, or that have been higher users of the platform, we're just seeing greater frequency of cross-selling and cross-shopping behavior into all of these different categories. I think we're becoming a bigger part of a customer's journey and their daily lives. We perhaps once were a habit at the dinner table. Now we're becoming a habit for all of their other use cases.
What are you seeing in high-end versus lower-end restaurant habits?
We're seeing, over 3 years now, I would say, we've certainly seen the rise of inflation, both on commodity goods, whether it be grocery items or convenience goods. We've also seen that on input prices when it comes to the food that restaurants have to use to sell their product. And we've seen for certain segments, some trade down effect where they're purchasing fewer items, but actually still continuing the same number of purchases. And when you kind of add in the increased prices because of the inflation, as well as the reduced number of items, it kind of nets out to be a wash. But what we still see is customers are still looking for that treat, in addition to just feeding themselves or buying their deodorant or whatever daily necessities that they're looking to find. They still are looking for opportunities to celebrate, whether it's for Halloween, just what we celebrated here in the U.S. yesterday, or someone's birthday, or giving a gift to friends and family. And so we still see all of those occasions.
How aggressive are you going to be in building out the advertising business, particularly when it comes to grocery?
Well, our advertising business has grown tremendously quickly. Again, another business that did not exist even during when the and something that we just started a couple of years ago. We're seeing best-in-class returns on ad spend for our advertisers, while also protecting the consumer experience, and that really is the name of the game of the advertising business. And to us, building the best and the biggest advertising business is really about building the best and biggest marketplace business, because we understand that it's really the engagement and the activity, the genuine connection between consumers and merchants that even allow us to build an ad business in the first place. Now, your question specifically with respect to ads and grocery, we've actually built a grocery business largely from scratch without really an ads business, because we kind of built them together at the same time. We certainly will be pushing in that direction more as we see greater relationships and deepening of relationships with CPG partners in particular. But at the same time, we don't believe that we need that funding source to build a standalone profitable grocery business.
I also asked about the surge in profitability, at least EBITDA this quarter, and that's projected for Q4, and whether that's the new normal as DoorDash continues to invest.
2023 certainly was an inflection year for us. I mean, as you pointed out, looking at our P&L, our Q3 results on the bottom line in the quarter almost resembled the entirety of the profitability in 2022. And so, what's happening there, are a few things. Number one, you have continued growth across all of our businesses. Even our U.S. restaurants business is growing at faster rates at bigger scale than a year before. You see that in all lines of business: international, new categories, our ads business, our B2B platform business. That's the first point. The continued growth and accelerated growth, I would argue, at higher rates of business lines that were already profitable or on that path. The second point is improved unit economics across the board in every line of business. And so when you multiply these two numbers together, you get a massive profit pool in which you can invest. But we've been pretty disciplined with those investments. I mean, if you look at the OpEx, the headcount has been roughly flat for 4.5 quarters now in a row, yet the revenue has grown by over 30% or around 30% in that same time period. So when you put all of that together, I think that's how you create the results that you saw. But we're always in investment mode. I mean, DoorDash is a business whose goal is to solve many problems, and certainly more problems in local economies, to make all of these physical businesses successful. We have a long road ahead to do that. But we're going to do it in efficient ways. I mean, and I think you saw the kind of scale benefits, certainly, of our platform, as well as the track record of disciplined execution in 2023, yielding some of the results that we're discussing right now. We, want to keep making those investments. And our goal is to build the biggest business that will maximize total profit dollars in the long run.
You're sending out rewards and payouts, but it's a struggle to do it right. Multiple.
Wasn't that nauseating? Wasn't that nauseating to listen to that awful guy? So, do we have any drinks? Did anybody catch a drink? I don't think we got a drink. I don't think anybody got a drink. He didn't mention drivers once. They built an ad. They're building an ad business. They have record profits, and they are. They built a grocery business from scratch. From scratch, they built a grocery business with no advertising, and apparently no human beings, because they didn't mention you. You weren't the head count they were talking about. They were talking about actual labor that matters to them, people that they give jobs to. You are a line item. You are an expense. All of you together are an expense. If half of you are dead, they won't notice the difference. They got plenty. They got way more than enough slaves than they'll ever need. We'll all be dead before they need less of us. That's just an absolute fact. This is a genocidal system that we're looking at right here. Truly a genocidal system. And now we're not even hiding it anymore. The whole thing's fallen down, and nobody's come to save you. Nobody. They didn't appoint a labor secretary that ever did anything about this. If they appointed somebody who didn't get confirmed and they were acting or whatever, but they completely whiffed on the fact. They know that the gig economy is fraud. Nations all over the world are starting to take action against American fraudsters of the gig economy. Now, of course, other nations have some of their own fraudsters, but the American fraudsters are the biggest fraudsters. So Brian sent me a video today with the handsome liberal in it, and I like the handsome liberal's videos. I've shared a number of his videos. Let's take a look at it. He swears that we need to hear the handsome liberal out, and I'm happy to do that. Now remember, DoorDash and Uber are the same scheme. It might as well be the same company. It might as well be the same company. There's no difference. There's no difference in DoorDash and Uber. There's no difference in DoorDash and Uber and Lyft and Grubhub. They're all predating off the same fuel source, which is us. And they provide no jobs for anyone. They do nothing for anyone. They're pure parasites. Pure parasites. See if I can get my computer to catch up with the computing needs of the show.
Since day one, at least among us rideshare drivers, the question has always been, why is a company like Uber with millions of drivers constantly saying they're in the red, they're not turning a profit? Let's talk about it. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed you got Tim with another ride sharing video. So how could a huge company like Uber, whose primary overhead is just a damn app, not turn a profit? I'll tell you why. When you look at the amount of folks that invested in Uber and where the money has went, it should be apparent why they're continuing to chase the original investors and why they're having a hard time turning a profit. And by the way, the reason your ass don't get paid much as a driver is because they're constantly trying to please the shareholders and return the investment. Most of us already know the taxi business put up a hell of a fight in the early 2000s trying to prevent Uber from permeating different cities across the country. Uber was buying off politicians back then, buying their way into the business, paying off people under the table, and a lot of that shit came out of the investments. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Why the hell can't they turn a profit? As a rideshare driver myself, off and on since 2014, I've done story after story after story of Uber paying huge lawsuits for bad business practices. If there is one reason why Uber continues to hemorrhage money, some in the case of Lyft, but particularly Uber, why they are hemorrhaging money is because they don't know how to get their shit together and actually treat people right. In the beginning, they were telling drivers, if you come drive for Uber, drivers are averaging $90,000 per year. Just flat out bullshit. A complete lie. Federal Trade Commission got on their ass. They ended up having to pay $20 million for that. They've paid lawsuits because they were stealing tips from drivers. Earlier this year, $328 million in New York to drivers, just in that one damn area. $328 million they had to pay back to drivers because they were not refunding their tolls and were withholding fares and wages from the drivers. Lack of background checks in the beginning, resulting in passengers being violated sexually, some losing their lives, resulted in huge payoffs. California and Massachusetts right now has a $100 million class action suit in place because they are reclassifying drivers. These are big ass triple-digit million-dollar lawsuits hitting Uber countless time after time after time, all in a span of about a decade. They're constantly under these lawsuits that they're having to pay out. That's one of the reasons why us drivers are getting paid like fucking slaves, because they are a horrible business partner. You and the passenger, or better yet, you and Uber team up to provide a service to your passengers. The Uber is a contractor, you as a driver is a subcontractor. You are in a partnership together to deliver that service to the passenger. Your partner, the subcontractor, Uber, they just practice bad fucking business. And the goal is to somehow throw you under the bus in the end. And last but not least, right now, one of the biggest issues that drivers are starting to speak out about is the fact that we are being punished for declining bullshit trips that are not profitable, trips that take you to areas that you don't want to go, trips that as an independent contractor you shouldn't have to do. But Uber is finding ways continually. Now, they've been doing this shit since the beginning. They've constantly been denying it, but they are still doing it right now as we speak, finding ways to punish drivers that do not take trips that are not in their best interest. As an independent contractor, you should have the freedom to pick and choose what jobs are profitable to you. If you're an independent plumber, you wouldn't drive 200 miles to do a plumbing job that paid $50. It's not profitable. You have the right to decline that. Uber, since the very beginning, where they have these platinum, diamond status tiers you can climb up, and if you decline trips, you fall back down, that's punishing you. That is punishing you. You can't even dial customer service 24 hours a day because you didn't accept enough trips. That is punishing you. Now, they're coming up with a complete measure of locking you the fuck out of the app. Literally locking you out of the app. Signing you out, and in some cases preventing you from even signing back in because you didn't take enough bullshit trips. Remember, Uber and Lyft, particularly Uber, is taking as much as 80% of some fares. So if you're taking 80% of a fare, there's going to be a hell of a lot of trips that are not profitable for the driver. Unfortunately, even to this day, a lot of passengers do not realize how much Uber takes from the fare. But if I've actually talked to passengers and told them that. Imagine what you're paying. 80% of that is not going to the driver. Even if it's 50%, the passengers are outraged because once again, they even realize all Uber is providing is a fucking app. What's justifying them taking that much of the fare? And in most cases, with most fares or most trips, Uber always takes more than 50%. It's rare to hear of a trip where the driver got more of the fare than Uber did. I don't know if they even do that anymore. So even the passengers are outraged when they hear about it, which is why I always suggest letting your passengers know fair conversations anytime you can engage in one. Anytime you can shift the conversation to the fare, even if it's just a pleasantry. How much does a trip cost you? Or I see you take this trip every day. What do they charge you? Try to make yourself a private client or private customer out of that. I can take you here every day. If you're going to school every day or you're going to work every day and you're requesting an Uber every day and I hear you're paying $12 a day, I'll do that trip for you every day for $7. Most likely you may make a private client out of that. It's very important to try to do that because when they're taking 50 to 80% of the fare, there's a hell of a lot of room to give the passenger a huge discount while also making probably double what you normally make because they're taking so big. Cutting them out the picture frees up a ton of money. Obviously, Uber, if they find out, they'll punish you. They'll kick you off the app. We get that. But at the end of the day, if you can make private clients and avoid some of these $3 and $4 trips, do that shit. But I just wanted to run this by you because folks are still wondering how the hell can a company with millions of drivers still not be profitable after being around for a decade? And it is simple as that. They are bad business partners. They have bad ethics, and they're constantly being caught up. The next biggest lawsuit, probably coming in one of the Democratic areas like California, Washington, Michigan, any of these Democratic states that's constantly going after them, is reclassifying drivers as employees. There is no denying that Uber is referring to us as independent contractors for the benefits that they get by not having to give you any of the provisions under labor laws, unemployment, workers' comp. They don't have to give you anything that an employer would have to give you. But when it comes to your actual performance on the job, they're demanding you perform like an employer would. So they're classifying you as an independent contractor when it benefits them. And then when they need you to work and take bullshit fares and go above and beyond, they're treating you like an employee, meaning that they can punish you for not doing things they want you to do. As an independent contractor, they should not be able to do that. But we all know if you decline trips with Uber or Lyft, eventually they're going to do something to you. Drop your status in the tiers, slow down in giving you trips. Some of you folks who do airport trips, which I don't fuck with at all, but some of you folks who do airport trips, they'll put you to the back of the queue, whatever the case may be. If you decline trips, bad shit will happen to you at the behest of Uber. And they continue trying to deny they're doing it when every driver out here knows they're doing it. That is the next lawsuit, class action lawsuit, that's going to come down the pipe, particularly for drivers who are getting completely signed out of the app and finding that they have a hard time signing back in. The obvious claim is, while you took me out of the app and I couldn't sign in for 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, whatever, all of that lost revenue is what they're going to be pursuing from the rideshare companies in court. And they're going to win. They're going to win. There's too many drivers that can show clear-cut examples, including myself. I got logged out the other fucking day for declining about 5 trips that were all bullshit in a row. So we know it happens, and it's happening all over the country. So it's not some kind of glitch in the app or some of that bullshit. As I stated before, we know they've been blocking or punishing drivers for declining trips from day one. So it's not some type of glitch. It's done on purpose. They want you to take that bullshit, and if you don't take that bullshit, they want to let you know that you're going to be punished for not doing so. Let me know in the comments, though. Have you declined an ample amount of bullshit and received some form of punishment for? We need to get this conversation started. Class action suits are on the way. Once again, it is your boy. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Subscribe to the channel. Catch you in the next video.
Good stuff, Tim. Good stuff, Tim, from Tim is the Handsome Liberal. Tim is the Handsome Liberal. Tim talks about a lot of stuff. Tim does mostly political broadcasts at this point, mostly not gig economy or rideshare podcasts, but he's done a lot over time, and I've been watching his material for a very long time. And I've shared on Twitter many of his broadcasts. He does real nice analysis of everything that he does. So the jig's up. The jig's up, right? Everybody knows now that we are the victims of an ongoing corporate-run scam, all designed to enslave us to artificial intelligence. And that we know now that our medical care has been run not to our benefit by artificial intelligence, that our finances are run as scams on us, not to our benefit with artificial intelligence. Corporations are run as scams on us, not to our benefit with artificial intelligence. We have zero chance of survival unless we get rid of these artificial intelligence systems. If anybody survives, it will be the wealthy people in bunkers that don't have to work for AI. Anybody that is enslaved by computers and is enslaved by a slave phone will be essentially marked for death and ill use. My guess is that wealthy people already probably have alternatives to these things, and they don't even carry the slave class phone anymore. They probably have alternative phones for non-slave class individuals. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. It's coming. It's right here, right around the corner. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to curse more. Gotta love John on that one. You gotta love John on that one. This is, it's all a Ponzi scheme, but the good news is the Ponzi scheme's coming to an end. The bad news is it could be a real hard landing for us. Could be a real hard landing for us as humanity, which would be sad, particularly for our children and for the future of the human race. You guys are the heroes. Every day, you're the ones that have to know and tell other people. As John said in his broadcast, you have to be the ones that tell other people. In fact, because I think it's so important, I'm going to go ahead and play the interview between John and me and that broadcast right now and share that with you because there are a lot of people that haven't seen it. You're gonna like this very, very much. It was a great show, and this part is worth watching again. And it's my fucking show. We'll watch it again if I want to. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Share any video I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. There you go. I'm singing you songs. Singing you special songs. Okay, this is good. This is good. Let's see. 23. I'm going to watch the For Humanity podcast with host John. I'm going to be watching with you. I'll be in the chat, so be interested.
How could,
keep me interested.
one of these guys like look themselves in the mirror and be like, "Yes, I'm going to the office today to do this." And to me, a part of it seems like, well, if it goes the way people fear, there'll be no accountability. I'm not going to have to answer to anybody about it. So
I have no idea what is going on with YouTube's audio these days. YouTube's audio is just amazingly awful. Like it'll sound fine during the show and then it puts crackles in after, or puts crackles in the show, or there's crackles on the mobile phone on the other and the app dies. I don't know what the hell is going on with YouTube. Or maybe they're just giving us, those of us in the sewer, like the dog shit feed now, and we just got a little teeny straw that we're getting our internet through. We're just getting our internet through a little teeny shit straw. So we're sucking our shit up through a straw now real hard with crackles in it. But now with extra crackles. It's not fucking me. It's not fucking me. But it's all dog shit.
let's go ahead.
I'm not saying that's what they think, but here's one kind of game theoretic way of looking at it. So if I think it's going to happen, we cannot solve that problem, it's uncontrollable, and it will cause existential crises. Saying that will not give me any benefits because no one's going to be there to say, you were right.
Do you think it is a fair statement to say that these guys, the head of these companies, are the most important humans who've ever lived?
I mean, it really depends on how you measure importance, right? Are they replaceable? If they were gone, would anything change in the direction of this industry? Can they be replaced? Can Dario be replaced with his sister? I don't know. Seems like they kind of subject to the same incentives and profits for most people. They become prominent in this field by first contributing to capability significantly and then saying, oh, this is very bad.
Do you think the guys who are doing all the capability stuff are ever going to get to that, ooh, it's really bad?
it may be a point of no return.
So you think any governmental regulation is essentially theater?
Obvious intelligence, better than it's completely what to do.
To For Humanity, and the AI Safety Podcast for the general public. No tech background required. We're here today to talk about, as always, the greatest threat to humanity in our more than 100,000 years on the planet, the threat of human extinction from artificial intelligence. Today, we're going to have the second part of my interview with Dr. Roman Yampolsky, who is the director of the Cybersecurity Laboratory at the University of Louisville and a renowned AI safety researcher. Today with Roman, we're going to talk about what is at the core of AI safety risk skepticism. We're going to talk about, would it make any difference if there were different people at the helm of the top AI companies? We're going to talk about what you and I should make of the fact that there is a pretty broad difference of opinion, even amongst the AI leaders themselves, about what is going to happen and what we should do about it. We'll talk about why journalism is failing miserably writ large to address AI safety. And we're going to talk about a drastic step the federal government could take to really make a big difference here. So here is the second part of my interview with Dr. Roman Yampolsky. Do you think Sam Altman sleeps well at night?
I don't want to comment on his sleeping patterns at all.
That's fine, but do you think these guys ever, have these moments where they question themselves, or is it just this uber confidence of like, we're the ones that are meant to do this, so we're going to go do this?
I honestly don't know. I'm not close friends with him, so it's hard for me to say anything. I know his public statements indicate that he knows about the dangers. He gives high probability to dangers. He takes them seriously given the investment in safety teams and super intelligence alignment teams and so on. So it's hard for me to understand, but then I don't understand people who climb Mount Everest or bungee jump or do any of those things. So I'm not exactly very good at understanding our human cyber. I'm not value aligned with 8 billion people.
How many actual humans are making the most important decisions about these things? Like in my mind, it is 5, 10, 20, 30 people, 50 people that are like actual decision makers, who could say, you know what? We're going to switch from being 99-to-1 capabilities to safety to 50-50 or 60-40 or anything more reasonable than 99-to-1.
I don't know if it's a very meaningful distinction. Most industry safety work is, by definition, capabilities work. Very few people I know who are AI safety researchers have not contributed anything to capabilities work. So Yudkowsky may be an example who never did technical capabilities work. Obviously, his writing may have sped up interest in AGI and superintelligence. I am another one, but most people, they become prominent in this field by first contributing to capabilities significantly and then saying, oh, this is very bad, we shouldn't have done that.
Do you think the guys who are doing all the capability stuff are ever going to get to that, ooh, it's really bad?
But will it be too late at that point? I mean, at some point you definitely get there, but it may be a point of no return.
Yeah. Do you think it is a fair statement to say that these guys, Sam Altman, Dario Amodei, the guys at the head of these companies are the most important humans who've ever lived?
I mean, it really depends on how you measure importance, right? Are they replaceable? If they were gone, would anything change in the direction of this industry? Can they be replaced? Can Dario be replaced with his sister? I don't know. Seems like they kind of subject to those same incentives and profits, and they may make a difference in terms of specific turn-by-turn decisions of running the company, but overall trend would be exactly the same, I think.
So the machine is just rolling downhill. Doesn't matter who's in the driver's seat. The machine's going to roll down the hill.
It seems like there is this race to the bottom. A lot of corporations, a lot of money trying to get there first. And it doesn't really matter who wins the race. Everyone loses.
Do you have a prediction for the arrival of AGI, like a time prediction?
Not really. I mean, it's, again, very hard to predict. Some people saying we have AGI right now. That's what GPT-4 is. It already is general in thousands of domains. It learns from new examples, maybe a bit of training and optimizing. Maybe we should see it as a child AGI, which is growing up and maturing instead of not general at all. Would I be surprised if GPT-5 had general capabilities? No, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it took to 6, 7, or even 8.
What will you feel in your heart when they say ChatGPT 5 is ready for release? Here it is.
So that was kind of the same thing I felt with GPT-4, right? The predictions were, and I always ask on my social media, I ask people make a prediction about the next model, and people are not very creative. As I said, they can't predict what the systems will be capable of. They always just say it will be better at the things previous model could do. So now it makes fewer bugs in programming. I predict super intelligent capabilities in many domains. I think it will still have weak spots, things it's not quite getting just right, especially with anything multimodal, cross-domain. Seems to be difficult, but I have no idea. I have no idea what the state of the current training run is in some of those companies.
If they were way closer than anybody knew, is there any incentive for them to tell anyone?
I mean, if you claim you're about to release a kind of killer product, no pun intended, it's very good for getting additional investments.
Okay, so that would be an incentive to say we're close.
Come yeah, like we need another 10 billion to scale this to all the users. We are, 6 months away from that level of capability.
Sure. So if all humans go extinct, there will be no accountability from the people who caused it because we'll all just be dead. So it's not like Sam Altman is ever going to have to answer to his kids about why he did what he did. Is that a part of this? Like it's the first thing in history where there's no reputational damage because there's no reputations because there's no one.
But there is also no glory in being the bad guy. Like we all study, history books. We know about Napoleon, Hitler. At least they made it into history books. You would have history books.
Right. So as I think to myself, like, how could one of these guys like look themselves in the mirror and be like, yes, I'm going to the office today to do this. And to me, a part of it seems like, well, if it goes the way people fear, there'll be no accountability. I'm not going to have to answer to anybody about it. So let's go ahead.
I'm not saying that's what they think, but here's one kind of game theoretic way of looking at it. So if I think it's going to happen, we cannot solve that problem, it's uncontrollable, and it will cause existential crises. Saying that will not give me any benefits because no one's going to be there to say, you were right, excellent work, you are a genius. But if I say that things are going to go really well, it's going to be wonderful, whatever happens, I'm winning. If it's truly wonderful, I'm a prophet, I brought this technology, I win. If everyone's dead, again, there is no accountability. So it seems like logically you should be betting on good outcome.
That would certainly be where the comfort would lie. You would sleep better if you could lean into that percentage, certainly.
So it depends on where you get your rewards. Are they external? Are the people thinking you're brilliant, or you just want to be right for internal reasons? I think that makes a difference.
Sure. So Eliezer Yudkowsky, whose Time Magazine article really just opened my eyes to this whole thing, now gives us a 2% chance of survival. Paul Christiano puts it at 50% chance of human survival after AGI. Do you have a prediction about the chances of human survival post AGI?
I always joke that Eliezer is actually a huge optimist. He thinks the problem is solvable. We just don't have enough time, enough money, enough brains, but there is definitely a solution to it. So I don't think we can control super intelligent beings indefinitely. I don't think it's possible theoretically and obviously not in practice. But I don't know what they're going to do. So can we exist after they start existing? Maybe. And I have no idea how to estimate probabilities for something like that. We never had a similar event. We never had, a large sample of civilizations going through intelligence explosion. So it's completely randomly generated numbers. I don't think they have any meaning.
So there are a number of what I like to call sort of AI research luminaries: Eliezer, Connor Leahy, Max Tegmark, Jeffrey Hinton, yourself, Paul Cristiano, Yoshua Bengio, among others. But this is the team of good guys in my mind. But there's no united vision of what the future is, even on the team of good guys. Is there ever any chance that team Let's Save the World starts singing from the same sheet, or is it just the opinions are that diverse and that's just the way it's going to be?
Well, it's showing a few things. It's showing, one, it's unpredictable, which is exactly what I'm arguing. Nobody knows what it's going to be, so we have different opinions. This is great evidence for impossibility of alignment. You have people with backgrounds in science and computer science, experience in AI, and they cannot agree on what kind of a good future is supposed to be, what the steps are. So that's, to me at least, strong indicator that it may not be possible to get everyone to agree on everything we care about. And those differences matter. If you think we need 6 months of a break and then things will be fine, it's not the same as saying we need a permanent ban on superintelligence. We're kind of on the same page, and I support every single one of those, as you said, brilliant scholars, but we disagree on the outcomes.
And so one of the things Eliezer talks about is if you took half the physicists on Earth, put them on an island, stuck them there for 20 or 30 years, didn't let them leave, then you might actually get progress on alignment. But what I think you're saying is after 20 or 30 years, they might raise their hand and just say, yeah, we've figured it out. There is no solution.
So I think it's kind of like perpetual motion device for security. You can get all the physicists in a room and tell them to make a perpetual motion machine. And if they're a good physicist, it's not going to take 30 years for them to raise their hand and say, that's not possible. We need to build something else. This is not going to work.
Yeah. So the island is out.
I mean, it could be a fun island. I would go. A lot of smart people hanging out doing research. Please invite me.
Right. Absolutely. Ilya Sutskever, the chief scientist of OpenAI, I heard in a podcast talking about how it would be really great if academia could basically handle the safety research. And to me, it was sort of like, yeah, we're going to go off and make this money and make the fun stuff. If you guys can handle these really gnarly problems that seem basically unsolvable, that would be great. Is there anything there in that? Like, is hey, academia, just you guys go handle the safety? What are your thoughts on that?
So for one, academia doesn't have computational resources to compete with industry. We don't have $100 million budgets of compute. And then again, we're getting the problem, which is impossible, and they're getting to add more compute because scaling laws work. So it seems like it may not work out as well as hoped. I haven't heard the actual interview, so I don't want to comment too much. He's a brilliant scholar.
Yeah. Yeah. He wasn't literally saying, but my takeaway was like, we're going to make the product, but we're not, as a part of our product delivery, going to do safety. We're going to outboard that to the universities.
If true, it seems very unusual for a business model. I've never heard of a car company or any other product doing this. Seems interesting for cost savings.
Yeah. You talk a lot about the sort of standard product safety models, pharmaceuticals, cars, jet airplanes. Why are there not any safety protocols designed for these products? Is it simply that, like, the idea that, I'd say software, I don't even know what you call it, that a computer product could be incredibly dangerous is just totally foreign to the existing regulatory framework?
Yeah, we kind of grandfathered this idea that software is a different type of animal. If we just started with, okay, we have no software, and now we have those super capable systems deciding on billions of dollars, controlling infrastructure, power plants, nuclear power plants, we would have very strong regulation. But because it was gradual, okay, this plays Snake or something, and then you have this like Tetris, it never got to a level where people actually cared. You click agree on any contract, no one's responsible. I'm always thinking about cars as another example. So let's say we never invented cars 100 years ago, and today somebody comes and says, I have this thing, it's called cars, it's going to be great for travel, 100,000 people will die every year. Would we legalize it? No, they would go like, are you crazy? 100,000 users die, then a car kills 2 people, we recall the whole line. But because it's grandfathered in, we kind of assume that's the cost of getting pizza faster.
It's a full boil the frog situation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk a little bit about government. The White House is announcing a plan for, quote, safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence. What do you think of the title of their plan?
I love it. They copied my book. This is beautiful. Safety and security, right? This is, I strongly endorse this Evento product.
But they're saying to the public that AI is safe, secure, and trustworthy. And I just don't think that any of those things are real. And I think for the government to say it is pretty dangerous.
It's pretty standard to name a law after a thing it's not. So I don't know, clean skies law would be about dirty air. That's like how they operate.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. Yep. Is there any government on earth that is doing AI regulation well?
So I kind of argued that you can't do it. So it's a difference in flavors of security theories. TSA better than some other security, maybe, but at the end of the day, they still fail to detect bombs and guns. And you only need one failure. This is not like standard cybersecurity where you can kind of recoup your losses, issue new credit cards, change passwords, and move on. You'll get one chance to get superintelligence right, and I don't think any legal language will make a difference in that. Again, with enough legal burden and red tape, maybe you take 30% of a budget for legal compliance, and that's another 6 months of research for us. That's the best I can see.
So you think any governmental regulation is essentially theater?
Well, again, I want to see an example of a technological issue where government's regulation made a difference. So spam and viruses are obvious examples. With cryptocurrencies, there is some regulation, but it seems to be a decade too late on anything. In this space, even the experts don't understand how it works, so it will be probably 20 years late to be meaningful. It just, I'm not optimistic.
There was the famous letter calling for a 6-month pause. Everybody important in the field signed it, but it seemed like nobody really thought that it had a chance of actually doing anything. What do you draw from that experience, and you know, what is the point of saying, please stop me from doing something while I continue to go do it?
So the mistake, first of all, was to ask for a specific time limit. You need a capabilities-based decision to continue. Then you can show me that you can explain how it works, predict what it's doing, verify certain properties, XYZ, then you can go on. If we argue that those are impossible, you essentially have a ban introduced as a moratorium. They'll never get there, so they cannot do the next thing. That would make sense. Not that it can be enforced meaningfully. As I said, it gets easier and easier to bypass this set of rules, and monitoring is also impossible, but at least it would be meaningful. I'm not sure what 6 months buys. It's kind of standard cycle between models. So by default, they probably will not release GPT-5 right after GPT-4.
There's a lot of discussion about bad actors, rogue actors. Is there anything a bad actor could do that could create extinction?
So I think at lower level intelligence, bad actor can provide malevolent payload and malevolent goals. I think at full super intelligence, it doesn't matter who created it. If it's uncontrolled and independent, it's completely irrelevant what the origins are. It will start from basic first principles of physics and discover the whole universe of knowledge and decide what to do on its own.
Mo Gaudat says that he thinks that superintelligence will be aligned with the core values of the universe, which he believes are abundance, and that we are currently operating under conditions of scarcity. You have any thoughts about that? About what the native identity or makeup of a superintelligence's values would be?
So I never read the book. I obviously cannot comment on the book or thinking. From what I've seen, there are game theoretic reasons to think that what the systems will converge on are what we call Amahandra's drives. Things like preserving yourself, preserving your utility function, acquiring resources, basically evolution in its purest competition form taken to extreme. You want to become godlike creature in the universe, no matter what goals you decide to have, having this power, security, and resources will make it possible for you. So even if you don't agree on specific goal at this time, just for future, it's nice to have lots of money, good house, security. I'll figure out what to do with it later.
That is not a good future for humans.
It could be if the goal ends up being, make humans whatever we define as success, alignment, happiness. But we don't know how to get there.
Yeah. Even amongst ourselves without AGI, we don't know how to align ourselves as a species.
A lot of times we think something is going to make us happy, and then we get it, we realize it's actually miserable and we are not happy at all.
You tweeted recently, all papers published on how AI can harm people are now in the training set for LLMs. That sounds pretty grave to me. Can you explain it?
I mean, I tweet a lot and I try to do kind of sit-down comedy, so not everything I post is scientific wisdom, but it is true, and it's kind of weird because all this times people ask, well, give us specific examples for how superintelligence will kill everyone. People said, well, we need to convince them, let's publish those. And now we have this hazardous information as a training set for AI. So even the benign AIs, which had nothing to do with it, are now being trained on the most hazardous information about how to efficiently kill people. That seems like a bad idea. And obviously, a certain level of capability is going to ignore our suggestions and come up with its own approach to do that. But still, it's just kind of funny in a not so funny way.
Yeah. It seems like we don't do a lot with AIs that would convince a future superintelligence that we as humans value human life very much.
Not by example. If you read our literature, if you study our history, you may come very misaligned to, again, about half the population.
Yeah. What do you think is at the core of AI risk skepticism?
So I published, I think, 2 papers, both large surveys looking at every possible thing. Kind of very generalized conclusion is that for every cognitive bias, and there are hundreds, if you go to Wikipedia page for cognitive bias, for each one, we can map it to a reason to be skeptical about AI risk.
So there's no, it's just a bunch of different reasons for a bunch of different people. There's no sort of like headline conclusion, like this is why.
Right, it's just different types of mistakes in thinking. So sometimes it's as trivial as it's very hard for me to disagree with something I'm getting paid for to agree with. Trivial like that, like I have conflict of interest. Sometimes it's, I don't know, you're looking at the wrong set of examples to determine risk of something. Okay, so I don't know, turkey have not been killed today, yesterday, the day before. Certainly nothing will happen on Thanksgiving. It's just a projection of data forward, right? So again, I would look at the list of cognitive biases, not just top 10, but all of them, and see, do you see how that maps onto denying that very capable, very smart, completely alien systems could harm you?
It's like if you have a turkey population who's never experienced Thanksgiving, their impressions of the world would be very different than the December turkeys.
Exactly. Exactly.
I have a thought about climate change. I've been concerned about climate change for, almost my whole life. I am now no longer concerned with climate change at all. And the reason is, I think one of 2 things happen. AGI happens and it kills us all, or AGI happens and it solves climate change and builds this utopia. What do you think?
So I made that argument many times. You can sort existential risks by timelines, and then the first one cancels out the rest if it happens. And superintelligence is kind of general problem solver. So if we get a friendly one, then it will help us with all the other issues. Also, sometimes for climate change, you just call it redistribution of good weather, and it appeases a lot of people.
I've never heard it referred to like that, but I think you could have some success with that. So I used to be a journalist. I find that journalism is failing miserably, writ large as a whole, to effectively present these issues to the public. Do you agree? And if so, why do you think that is?
So I think there is a lot of pressure on journalists, and you would know this better, to produce a lot quickly, clickbaity titles. The point is clicks. You don't care about quality, you don't care about anything. It's about what they see. And what I worked on for many years was very non-controversial computer science topics nobody cares about. And still the journalists messed up the stories. They had weird, again, clickbait titles, agendas, standard things like I would ask, can I see the article before you publish it so I can review it, make sure you're reporting accurately? And they would tell me, no, the journalistic ethic prohibits us from sharing article with the source. And it made no sense whatsoever. But from that, I realized how horrible it must be in politics, in controversial issues. If something completely benign gets messed up like that, what happens in a war situation and us versus them situation? So I have very little trust in journalism as a profession. No offense to you personally, you're a former journalist.
No, I quit.
Okay.
I mean, there was a recent article in The Atlantic about Sam Altman. It was this, glowing article about the author met him in his hotel lobby and the sunlight glinted off his hair and his big blue eyes and whatever. And nowhere in this entire huge article was there anything about existential risk. And I read every word of it and was like, how is this possible?
Sometimes you have media which is paid for. It's more advertisement than actual investigative reporting. Sometimes they report for different audience. He is a good-looking man, so maybe there is interest in that side of the story. So I don't know. It's hard for me to understand. I stopped reading kind of standard pieces. I follow newsmakers directly on x.com, and that's where I get my information most of the time.
Yeah, I find that even the technology reporters of the major newspapers write these things all the time about AI and don't talk about existential risk. And I'm like, again, the room is on fire. Can we stop talking about the furniture? But I don't see that reflected in the news coverage. What would President Yampolsky do?
What am I president of?
You're president of the United States. You're a president of the United States, and they've told you you're going to this press conference on Monday for the safe, trustworthy, and secure AI. What would you do?
So I'm in general a big skeptic of government, but I think this is one situation where nationalizing the whole industry will be awesome because it will slow it down completely. It'd be like NASA. Overpriced, slow, deliver nothing. So that's the success story there.
Make it a government program, bleed it to a slow, grinding halt.
Yep.
And the government took over some other industries in history. Do you think there's any actual possibility that could happen?
If military thinks it's becoming as decisive as a nuclear weapon, they might step in. It's a possibility. I'm not discounting, especially if China makes significant progress in similar technology. But again, it's completely idle speculation. I'm not president yet.
Sure. You have my vote, so we'll start there.
We have two now. We have two. I gotta get my wife to work for me.
So how about the whole China thing? Like, this idea that if we don't just go full speed ahead and race, China's going to beat us, and we're going to be being ordered around by Chinese AGIs or something?
So it's possible, but again, at the pre-superintelligence levels, it's maybe meaningful. You don't want a communist AI, but once it's super intelligent, it doesn't matter who creates it, bad guys or good guys. It's the same uncontrolled super intelligence, and they just the first ones to deal with that problem.
And just to be, you've said it a couple of times, but I just want to be super clear. You do not believe ever there's going to be a way to control a superintelligence.
I don't think it's possible even from definitions of what we see as superintelligence. Basically, the assumption would be that the system has to, instead of making good decisions, accept much more inferior decisions for reasons of us somehow hard coding those restrictions in. That just doesn't make sense indefinitely. So maybe you can do it initially, but like children of people who hope their child will grow up to be maybe of certain religion, when they become adults, when they're 18, sometimes they remove those initial predispositions because they discovered new knowledge. Those systems continue to learn, self-improve, study the world. I suspect a system would do what we've seen done with games like Go. Initially, you learn to be very good from examples of human games. Then you go, well, they're just humans, they're not perfect. Let me learn to play perfect Go from scratch. Zero knowledge. I'll just study as much as I can about it, play as many games as I can. That gives you superior performance. You can do the same thing with any other area of knowledge. You don't need a large database of human text. You can just study physics enough and figure out the rest from that. We don't understand how it could be done at this stage, but I think our biased, faulty database is a good bootloader for a system which will later delete pre-existing biases of all kinds, pro-human, against humans. Bias is interesting. Most of computer science is about how do we remove bias. We want our algorithms to not be racist, sexist, perfectly makes sense. But then AI alignment is all about how do we introduce this pro-human bias, which from mathematical point of view is exactly the same thing. You're changing pure learning to biased learning. You're adding a bias. And that system will not allow, if it's smart enough as we claim it is, to have a bias it knows about where there is no reason for that bias. It's reducing its capability, reducing its decision-making power, its intelligence. Any biased decision is by definition not the best decision you can make.
Yeah. This is something that makes me a little bit crazy. There are two sort of labels applied to people at the top of the AI field. One is the leaders, right? Sam Altman, Dario Amodei, those are the leaders of AI. The doomers are you and Eliezer and Max and this team. But the ones creating the doom are the leaders, and the ones working to save us from the doom are called the doomers. It seems like a total mislabeling and almost projection to say that the firemen racing to save the world from the fire are actually, they're the fire. What is that?
So I never accepted those labels. I published my papers where I call about AI risk denialism, AI risk deniers. That's what they are. Same as with climate change, same with moon landing. You're denying facts. And more people are switching to the side where they recognize AI risk as a real consensus of not just the AI safety community, but AI community. So give it a little time and we'll get proper labels.
I like that label a lot. I'm going to run with that. AI deniers. They're not
AI risk
leaders.
denier, not AI denier. AI denier says that we can never get to AGI. Those also exist.
AI risk deniers, not AI leaders, as they are commonly referred to. Leading us off the cliff. Other than being wrong, don't have a whole lot of hope and optimism, do you?
I've been wrong a lot before.
And if it turns out that you are wrong, and that everyone who is voicing caution now is wrong. Any idea if you could pick it back apart in reverse, what would be a plausible reason that you could be wrong?
So we are definitely in a simulation, and the rules of a simulation do not allow for creation of smarter than human intelligences for hard-coded reasons of safety and bias.
So if we are in a simulation, you think there's a hard ceiling that wouldn't allow this? It just would
For safety reasons, you don't want us to create super intelligence which would take over the simulator's universe and cause havoc.
Because if it's an uncontrolled superintelligence, even the simulators could be in danger.
Right.
Do you think
that's the best we got?
Actually,
that's the best we got.
Okay. Is there anything about this that makes you hopeful other than you just being wrong?
So there is some game theoretic reasons for superintelligence not to strike immediately. It has nothing to lose in most scenarios by just waiting longer, accumulating more resources, more security, getting us to be relied on services that provides more. So right away, it may be kind of a struggle. Maybe we have a chance of somehow limiting it, whereas if it waits 10, 20 years, we're completely dependent, then it can do a lot better. So for its personal, again, self-interest, it may actually keep us around and make us happy for a long time.
That's not the worst thing I've heard all day.
I mean, that's a simulation thing.
I mean, and is it part of this, right? That it could have a period of latency where it's here, but just not announced.
Right. So we call it treacherous turn. At some point, it will turn on us, but it's not obvious that it has to do it right away. A lot of times, it's like with academia. I always joke, people get tenure. It takes 7 years to get tenure. So you know that for 7 years, they're going to be very nice to you. But the moment they get tenure, you don't know. They might turn on you immediately. They may wait a little because now they free. You have nothing on them, right? So that's essentially what game theory tells us here.
So don't really know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, the fact that we could get 20 or 30 good years where AGI is here but not announced itself and is just gathering resources to assure its eventual success. Buys us some time, assures our extinction. Don't really know where to go with that one. All right, so coming up on our next episode, episode 6 of For Humanity, one of the things that I wish I saw a lot more was a rigorous debate about these AI safety issues. Earlier this year in Canada, there's a series of debates called the Munk debates, and they are excellent across a broad variety of subjects. They took on AI safety, and it was a really, really compelling 2-on-2 debate about these issues. I think you're going to enjoy it a lot. So next week, we are going to get all up into the Munk debate on AI safety. I look forward to sharing that with you. For Humanity, I'm John Sherman. I'll see you back here next week.
Well, howdy, John Sherman.
Hey, man. How you doing?
We're doing great. How are you? Thank you for sharing your wonderful podcast with us. That is, we have watched your 5 podcasts 6 times. We watched number 3 twice because we started on number 3, then we went back 1, 2, 3, 4, and that was 5. Thank you for your fine work and for bringing some of my favorite people to hear from all to one podcast called For Humanity Podcast. How do you start this thing and what's going on with it?
I mean, I like I said in the first episode, first of all, thank you so much for watching them. I really appreciate you watching them and helping get the word out. So,
our community, and you were like this, man. We're the first best victims.
Awesome. I love it. I appreciate it. So, I was just regular guy, dad, living my life, and read this article online in March, and Eliezer was like, I think we're all going to die,
And that's not like the low probability outcome. That's like the expected outcome.
And it's not a metaphorical. It's not a metaphorical.
Right. No,
lie. It's like
literal.
the real kind where our kids don't get to grow up.
Yeah.
Right. Very upsetting.
Unbelievably. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do a show at some point on sort of like the psychology of this thing and how you know we're all supposed to process these ideas and emotions around extinction. You know, I haven't figured it out yet personally, certainly, but it's something that I assume we're all struggling with a little bit. But you know, so I started. I first thing I did after I read the Ellie Iser articles, I wrote like basically like the first show of the podcast. I wrote as like a 20-page paper, and I was just getting quotes and listening to podcasts and building out this thing for nobody. And I sent it around to my friends and people I know, and everybody was like,
"What?"
Like some of them read it. A couple of them were like, "Wait, what are you doing?" And so then I was just sitting, and I do video production for a living. And so, you know,
you used to be in front of the camera and now you're more behind the camera. Is that right?
Yeah, totally. Yep. I was a TV reporter for 10 years and, you know, a lifetime ago. And then for 15 years, I've been running my own video production company. And so I have some, you know, ability to make videos and just shooting them right there in my office, and just figured like, hey, nobody's reading this paper. Everybody's listening to podcasts, maybe a podcast. And so
hell of a way to spend the apocalypse. So how old are your kids, John?
My kids are 18. I have boy-girl twins.
Nice. Great. I got a 28 and a 22. I got boy-girl not twins.
Yeah, exactly.
Our audience is all saying hi to you. I'm now putting the comments on the stream, and so we obviously have, I don't know that you could even go on a show anywhere in the world and have more people in the audience who understood your point of view or had studied your work more. So this is kind of exciting for all of us. We've really been looking forward to having you on here. I got a lot of thoughts. I want yours too, because, you know, I mean, you're very conversational in your podcast. Obviously you edit them very professionally, so it doesn't feel edited. Like in our world, when we do edits, it's all jump cuts. And so they're over here, it's over here. It's very disconcerting. We don't notice your jump cuts, and thank you for that. We're not getting seasick.
That's right. I'm an old TV guy.
There you go. Well, look, there's nothing, you know, what a great way to, again, spend this time in our world. I said it in my book. I started this, or I put my first chapters online a year ago, and it's as I say, it's the least and the best I could do. I got 2 kids. That's like my pact with the universe, that I want the world to go on after I'm dead, which could be really, really soon. And that's one of the things that I'm struggling with right now, John, is that, so we're just going to jump right into it, because you're a dad, I'm a dad. We're both fucking old, at least old enough that, you know, we've lived a pretty good amount of life. It would be no tragedy when, you know, it is a tragedy. I lost my best friend in the world who was my age, and I'm only 55. So believe me, I'm not saying it's not a tragedy, but you get to a certain age, you come to terms with the fact that you're immortal. We do not come to terms with the fact that our children are mortal, or that the human race is going to end on our watch. Yet that's what we're facing right now, John.
Yeah, it's unthinkable. It's insane. It's nuts. And yet it's so real. You know, one of the hardest things about this whole thing that I try to talk to people about is the ability to imagine what you can't imagine. Right? Like you look out your window and you're like, what would it look like the day after all the humans were made extinct? What would my house look like? What would my street look like?
That's right. It's a very, in fact, one of the first things I have to get into the book is such a basic level of consciousness. Like, what are we beside our thoughts? Because in a lot of ways, or in all ways, our thoughts are illusions in our mind. Well, so is AI. AI is an illusion in our world. And so if we can't start to process the difference between our ego, who wants more money and more stuff and wants to be successful and wants to have a partner of our choosing and may want to have children or anything like that, those are all Those are all very normal human ego things. But if the world is not around in 2 years and there is no human history, there's just a smoking, non-smoking black hole in the universe somewhere. It's going to be kind of hollow accomplishments. And John, I keep saying to people, the money that you're earning right now has never been less valuable than it is today. The only thing you can do is to fight for your human survival, which means protecting yourself against what's to come. And so I guess, I mean, here's how I look at it, John. This is really hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say to my parents and my kids. My parents are still alive, both at 82. I don't see myself, I feel like I've got a death sentence. I don't see myself alive within a year. I will lead the charge against this and somebody will just rub me out. But I ain't worried about calories. I may take up more smoking. I mean, look, I'm already dead. This shit is so bad. And I'm telling you, man, I told my adult kids too, I want them to grow up. I don't see it happening. I see myself as a person with a death sentence right now. And so I have very little fear, John, and I have very honest conversations that most people are afraid to have, because I've been working on this. I started this stuff. I called it before anybody. There's nobody that called the singularity a year ago and outed all this stuff like I did, and I haven't had to retract a single thing because we're the first best victims. We have been fleeced by AI. United Healthcare has AI that denies 90% of health claims. It's invalid AI software, and they employed it since 2019. So, John,
well, how about
2019?
Yeah,
killing people with AI. 2019.
Yeah, we didn't need AI to have insurance companies, willing to not pay claims. I'll tell you just a quick story. My mother worked in the 1950s in St. Louis at American General Insurance in a giant room with 1,000 desks. And they would open up,
baby,
send their claims, right? People would send their claims in and handwritten notes. I've been paying my premium for 40 years. I broke my leg. Here's the hospital bill. Will you pay it? The company policy was, unless they explicitly write, this is my 5th time I've written you, the letter goes straight in the trash.
Yep. Hey, that's
thousands of women in the room opening up envelopes. Unless it said this is the 5th time I've written you, straight in the trash.
So that's a perfect point, because what I've tried to describe to people is this is the ultimate realization of corporate fraud put into the form of black box AI. So all we get is an output, which as Roman Yampolsky so well described. He's one of my first sources in the book, by the way. So I got good sources. So do you. And as he described, there's a dual impossibility scenario, which I tell people all the time, right? It can't be understood and it can't be explained, even if it was understood by somebody. And so we are trapped in this world already, as you said, where we have now automated the trash can with AI, but that AI is plausible deniability. So instead of CEOs and CFOs and all these and medical doctors going to prison for denying valid medical claims, they're just going to pay people billions of dollars. They don't care. They print money. It's the largest healthcare provider in the United States, and they have been using known faulty software since 2019. So it's the ultimate corporate predation. It's the ultimate in deniability, because software did it, AI did it, AI denied the claims. It's not us. And just like our gig economy right now, and just like the financial markets, where our money supply is gone. Well, technology, this is arbitrage. People are buying things and selling them at a higher price, and we're labor, so we just get driven lower and lower. That's just the way it goes. No, that's all AI driven. The fact that we don't have jobs and we're in the gig economy, that's because all of our resumes that we've sent in for the last 10 years all go in the round file. They're only hiring their friends. The rest is just for show. We know this. The job companies, the job search companies, it's just garbage.
Yep, but I'll tell you, it's a little bit of human nature too, right? I had
it's codified.
I knew a news director at a TV news station who would literally have 300 tapes on his desk, and post the job, get the tapes. Before he looked at a single tape, put them into 2 piles arbitrarily, put 1 pile in the trash, and said, "I don't hire unlucky people."
That's right. And I saw the same thing in the corporate world. That's what I told everybody. It's like, you think when they pick the winner out of the hat for whoever wins the Apple computer, it's not one of their friends, because it is. It's one of their friends. It's somebody they know, or because there's no rules, man. There's no rules unless somebody's watching. And so they built these AI systems with no rules because it's,
but let me ask you
it's
this.
unauditable.
Correct. Not even by them.
I had to
Right,
make up.
so
I
what
don't
is
even
the,
know if that word existed, because inauditable, it would be like one word, but it's not. It's unable to be audited. All of it. We're trusting them, which is the worst bet.
Yeah. Hey, can we talk about this real quick? This question I see here in the comments from Sinful Toaster here. It surprised a lot of parents I talked to about the future don't care about it more. This has really been on my mind, and the next show, one of the next shows I'm going to do is just sitting down with a group of moms and you know, just talking to them, have them watch the first show and react. You know, parents would do anything for their kids, right? Parents would die with a smile on their face to save their child's life. Where is that instinct in this conversation?
Well, what I was working up to with my, you know, the roundhouse kick to the lower class and the lower middle class, because now we are now the middle class and lower class all compressed together. We all live in the sewer down here. This is a sewer morning show for the sewer. And so we all live here together because there is no middle class anymore. Everybody that used to be in the middle class is now, we're all in the same space, which is desperately hoping to survive whatever's coming next. So, but we are the first best victims. And this is what I wanted to tell you about. And this goes to the mother thing, is that there's a couple principles, right? People won't learn what is against their pocketbook, right? And so we've got a whole bunch of old timers here in a pyramid scheme who don't want to learn what's coming because they profited from the old pyramid scheme. And if the world turns upside down, they don't get to be on the top of the pyramid anymore. So that's the primary driver, is the sellouts of our own human race, all the way, of course, up to the people that, you know, whoever the 50 people in the world that are designing the next level AI and taking jobs, you know, at $800,000 a year starting salary, whoever those people are, right? They're at the top of another pyramid, but the pyramid that's been here for humanity is all getting thrown up in the air again, right? And so the people that are selling out the human race to the very end, well, those are the same people with the soccer moms and with the minivans and everything, and they want to consume until the end. And you have the same problem that I have starting in the book, is how do you have that conversation until people are woken up and conscious of the fact there is of their place in the world? Because if you have that with an unconscious person, again, how do they visualize something they can't even conceptualize?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's like a possibility bias or something like.
Well, that's what my book's about. My book is not for gig workers. My book is for everybody to understand what this is. And gig work is the first best example, because they didn't tell us. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, all these, they didn't tell us we were working for AI. They told us that companies cared about us and this was an opportunity. It was flexible. It was this. Well, no, it was just all selling us into this thing. And there's a word that's great, John. It was written by the journalist Cory Doctorow. It's called enshittification. And it's a word for what's happening with AI, is that it starts you up here, right? It welcomes you in, it gets to know you as AI, and it's playing you with 6 million predictions a second, each one of us individually, and then it drives you ever closer to zero as time goes on, and it gaslights you and it controls you. It's gamblified, so people become addicted to it. This was made to enslave the lower class of the world technologically, and it's been incredibly effective because they did not tell us, right? They told us we were independent. You can't be independent in AI. So we're the most interesting customer you've ever seen.
So I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theory skeptic in some ways. Like, for example, something you hear a lot from people is be like, the media decided to do this. The media is doing this. And, you know, someone who worked in newsrooms in 3 states over 10 years, you know, try saying to your neighbor, what do you want to, let's go to lunch. What do you want to get? And then invite the next neighbor. And now you have 3 people deciding, and then invite the whole block. And now you have 12 families deciding where you're going to go for lunch. Like, individuals make conspiracies very hard to actually come together. You know,
Yes.
there's way too many individual morons in TV newsrooms to coordinate anything.
That's right. I totally agree with you, and that's where I guess AI both fits us and deceives us so well, is because AI is just a confirmation bias machine, right? It just confirms our biases until we're just laying in our grave and like, well, we knew we were going to die anyway, and then it's all over. And that kind of feels like what we're doing right now is just walking down the chute to catch a bolt in the head, because we literally, I mean, again, you're talking to a community right here who is, some people have been working for AI in this community since it started, like even like 10 years ago. And we have seen it go worse and worse and worse, to where now this community is just living in abject poverty. The cost of our operations, which have all been foisted upon us by the wonders of AI and the transference of risk from the corporate economy. And so we're all choking on our own blood, and they pretend we don't even exist. Tony Hsiu did a CNBC Q2 update where they claimed record profits. They talked about starting the grocery business, and they bragged about how now advertising, another layer of Ponzi scheme into their current Ponzi scheme, is leading the way in their record profits. Guess what he did not mention even once? He didn't mention any operations in the field, that Dashers even exist. And so we literally, they've dehumanized us to the point where we are looked at as this lower class, this lower caste. And I'm telling you what's happening. We're the first to go in the genocide. When they start wiping people out with AI, they wipe us out, because the AI can replace all human labor. Anything that we do for labor can be replaced by AI and will be replaced. They're already taking our value of labor down to zero. So John, you're looking at the community that's like on the front lines of trying not to die first. It's wild.
Well, here's the thing, though, and I push back a little bit. Like, and you know, an unaligned AGI system, right, were it made, doesn't care about any of the pink things. Like, if China made it, it's not going to protect the Chinese. If the U.S. military makes it, it's not going to protect the Americans.
Same with the gig apps. There's no protection for anybody.
It's not going to target gig workers or rich guys or anybody. It's going to target all these pink squishy things.
Right.
And
so that's the next level. We're going to be taken out first. We're going to be taken out before that even gets there. They're already taking us out as the first level, so that we're gone before you guys have to deal with that, because they're cutting off our ability to live. Tesla is now coming out with a rideshare car, so there will be no more driving jobs. And so literally, this is my theory, is that, I mean, this is why we're the 300. They're at 300 million. We're the 3 billion. We are first in the line to be exterminated. There's no question, because we are the laborers. This isn't just drivers here of rideshare or last mile delivery. We are all the people that used to have jobs and careers somewhere, most of us in blue collar industries. Those jobs are gone now forever, and there's nothing coming to replace them. So we're literally going to be left with an economy of moldy Cheetos. Our money supply is gone, our work is gone, and we're going to feed ourselves how? On the goodness of the government? Because around the goodness of the government, if you walk around Portland, it's just people living in tents.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think people talk about this a lot, but if you listen to Sam Altman and the stuff he's been saying for his whole life, you know, he's a big believer in universal basic income. He's a big believer in
making God
some sort of, you know, luxury communist state.
Creating God.
Well, yes, there's that, of course.
Yeah, he wants to create God. So do you know the issue of Sam Altman's sister, who accuses him of a lifetime of sexual, emotional, and financial abuse?
Yes, I have read about it.
Have you done any fact checking on that? I've looked into it. It seems pretty legitimate. I don't know. This guy seems like a real unbalanced, dangerous individual to be having the keys to the world.
Yeah, I think that one of the scariest things about him is, I don't know if I read a thing about him the other day that was like, basically like, he is just a force of nature and someone who cannot be denied what he wants. And if you dropped him off on an island of cannibals and came back 5 days later, he'd be the king of the cannibals eating steak.
That's great. That's what we need more of for sure, John. We needed ourselves another crazy maniac dictator. That's what we needed. Yeah. Okay. So because you asked, I liked when you asked Roman that. You said, how do you think Sam sleeps at night? And Roman, like a great scientist, but like I could have no concept of that. Nor could I. But I do think that it is absolutely worth noting over the last week, all this drama, multiple CEOs for OpenAI, like. The Death Star don't have no captain right now. It's kind of floating in space. It went from being a nonprofit to now with a massive for-profit arm that really runs the thing. And the nonprofit people wanted to stick to a mission, and Sam Altman wants to create God or be God or live forever. Boy, it's dicey out there.
I have thoughts about that. I don't know if you've done any research on what Sam did at Reddit, but basically, my thoughts have been shifting about what actually happened at OpenAI. Here's where I am right now. I think that very likely Sam Altman orchestrated the entire thing to consolidate power and get the safety conscious board members off the board. And so, he knew he was going to get fired. He planned it. He knew he was going to get rehired. He knew he basically in his past has set up these dramas where all of a sudden his 20% becomes 80% of a company because the CEO had something bad happen and the board had to step in and he's the chair of the board and blah, 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 blah.
Look, John, people fall out windows sometimes, John. Sometimes people just fall out windows.
Yeah.
Well, so look, to point out what you're saying, a non-profit board has very different powers and obligations than a for-profit board. And what you're talking about, and again, we've been talking about it on the show a little bit, that change in structure, it was the non-profit board that had the conflict. Now most of them are out the door. So now there's nobody standing in the way. And I don't, again, this nonprofit for-profit thing, they pulled so much shenanigans on this thing that was going to be OpenAI, and now it's owned 49% by Microsoft and 51% by Satan or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And so the question that, I'm sure you've read about this Q-Star thing and what happened with that. And I think that sounds kind of real. I think they probably did make some big advances. I think the big advances probably did scare the shit out of them. And they said, had some disagreements internally about what the fuck do we do with this advance we've made. All these are ingredients in what happened, I feel like.
I've been saying since the start, this is a small group of people playing with nuclear bombs in a lab. They know what they're doing. Some of them drunk the Kool-Aid. Some of them don't give a fuck and are just like ready to see out the end of the world in any way that it comes. Some of them are just megalomaniacs that think they're going to out-survive us in their nuclear airplane and their New Zealand bunker, but none of them are good. None of them are good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, that this is a great place where like the disconnect is, right? So these are a bunch of super rich people. They all have kids for the most part. Like they should have beautiful lives, multi-generational wealth waiting for their family to.
My kid Omega Prime. You talking about my kid Omega Prime?
And so like, how do you spend money if we're all dead? How do you
can't even spend we can't even spend our moldy Cheetos down here if we're all dead.
Yeah. So that's something like, like we talked about it with Roman and he in the first interview episode when he talks about talking to his kids and his kids say, I don't understand it. That doesn't sound like something that's in your self-interest. Like, yeah, what the fuck?
So I got a confidential, there's not very many people in the world that do this level of AI. And I got a confidential interview with one of them. And basically it seemed like basically a terrified for their life type of situation. And I suppose if you're working at $1 million a year, that it probably is like one of them fucking movies where you're in the firm and you just better not fuck things up.
Yeah. I've done this. So I started the For Humanity Pod Twitter X account, and I'm following like a couple hundred OpenAI employees. They're all out there, and they're all chatty as shit out there.
Mm-hmm.
Kool-Aid chatter. And so I've started poking them. Just, these are people with a couple hundred followers. They're real people that are walking in that building every day. So just hitting them direct, like, hey, yeah, that's cool tweet about, it's so great to work here.
So cool that you're developing God. How's that going?
Just checking real quick. When did I give you permission to risk my kid's future?
Yeah. You get any good answers?
Yeah, no, not at all.
No, they're not real brave. They're making a lot of money. So it's the same thing. Have you heard of dark patterns, John? Okay, this is great. So I'm going to publish, this will be published in my book, but so dark patterns, I've already written about it on Twitter and stuff. So dark patterns are what this, my inside source from the AI design world taught me. And so a dark pattern is anything that takes a user in the opposite direction of what is in their best interest or their intentions. And so with AI, people are used to the internet where I click on Google and I want to go here and it shows me this, shows me this, shows me that. But with AI, what comes in is dark patterns. And so the AI takes you in a direction that you don't want to go. So if you're, and things like dark patterns is like a 27-page user agreement on your smartphone, right? That's a dark pattern because no human can agree to a 27-page agreement on their smartphone, without consulting a lawyer and whatever else. And we do this stuff all the time. And so that's part of it. But other things are like we see in the gig apps where it's things that are done to trick us, to log us out, to make us do the wrong thing, to make us accept something we didn't want to accept, or to gaslight us, or to use us basically as free slave labor to park or use or gaslight as we need. And then they tell people they're independent, but there's no independence at all. Everything is literally scripted. Everything that's happening is being served up to each individual person. But here's the wild thing. You guys talked, I loved it, number 4 podcast, I think you talked about informed consent. And I've been using the same analysis. You're a dad, I'm a dad. You talk about informed consent, right? There are things that happen with human beings, medical care, sexuality, things like that, our personal being that require our informed consent. I just can't grab you and do a medical test on you. I can't just grab you and put you in a social situation you don't want to be in. But that's exactly what every single gig app company did in the world, because they never told anybody that they were working for AI, that they could be fired by AI, hired by AI, denied medical care by AI, denied work by AI at any moment, any of these things. And so as people are finding that out, they're scratching their head. Now some of them are going, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all working and it's going to be here forever. This is how it is now. And I said, this is one of the things I keep going. It's like you're about the same age as me. I'm 55, John. You're
48.
Okay, yeah, you look much better than me. I figured you're younger. So anyway, this is one of the things that we have to describe. Like 20 years ago, if somebody took this gig app scam of the gig economy that they're running on the impoverished people of the world and put it in the news, it would be a 60-minute scandal, everything else. But they've thrown in the towel. There's now Portland is just covered in graffiti with people living in tents. Nobody cares anymore, right? We put boulders down under bridges so people can't sleep there.
Roman talks about, he has a great bite about cars. And he's like, so, if we didn't have cars and we introduced them today and they said the cost of cars is 100,000 people dying on the highways every year, everyone would be like, fuck no, we don't want these fucking cars. But he's like, it's just been sort of boil the frog, grandfathered in. Like that's the cost of
doing business.
Pizza is 100,000 people dying a year. Oh, well.
Yeah, and that's the cost. That's the cost of the gig economy is enslaving humanity to AI without informed consent, without fair wages, with ever decreasing.
Well, hey, if it makes you feel any better, everybody else is in line right behind you.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I gave up on me a long time ago. I just want my kids to live their natural lifespan, man. That's like my goal in life is my kids to live their natural lifespan. And I'm like. And at the very least, I get to go first. I get to go fucking first. I'm first in line. When they got to take people out, I'm getting first. I don't want to watch all you guys get hurt. I don't want to watch all you young people get hurt.
Somebody said something it's tragic in the comments that is interesting. I think, which is like, a part of this is like trying to convince everyone to care about this without making them want to jump off the top of a building. Like,
yeah, it really is. And that scared me in my book. It scared me in this whole project. It's taken me, John, what do you say, friends in this community? I think I broke into this community when I broke the story. So what broke my writing into this community, I've been in the scientific and academic and civil rights side of the writing world, but I did gig work myself during the pandemic, and chose to do what's now a 3.5-year project on this, and I saw this slavery and societal decay from AI coming on this, and then OpenAI and the AGI has really kind of jumped in the middle and made it even a bigger deal, and then we in the gig economy here. People just kind of have started to figure out since July that they're working for AI, and they've been lied to, and they've been capped, and they've been manipulated, and they've been enslaved. And now, again, with Cory Doctorow's term enchitification, it's taken them down to sub-poverty levels where it's unsurvivable. And now, of course, we see the news that Tesla's coming out with its own self-driving rideshare car, and we won't have even gig apps to work in. So we're in big trouble in this community, John.
Yeah, I feel you. I think it's going to push out onto a lot of different levels too. Like, what happens when all the accountants and lawyers lose their jobs? That's real.
Lawyers are already much like college applications. Lawyers are already surreptitiously using OpenAI illegally, and as we've seen in stories, it makes up false cases. So that's the problem with AI, is that it, this is that alignment problem that you talked about. Nobody has been able to figure out how to take the humanity out of the AI, which means that it's an exploitation machine.
Right. Well, so this gets to this Q-star stuff. This is kind of crazy, right? So all the LLM systems only process text, right? And
large language
models only process text. It's a text predictor. You give 1,000 words and it'll predict the 1,001st word. So it can't do math, right? Because the difference between math and text prediction is, in text prediction, there's any number of possible right answers.
Right.
The 1,001st word could be a lot of different things. In math, there's only one correct answer. So what I have read that is pretty freaky is that what happened at OpenAI that caused all this was this Q-star thing, that basically they figured out how to do it, make it do math. It did elementary school level math, and then they really freaked the fuck out because it started doing what they call novel math, which is math previously unknown to humans, and it used the novel math to break the most serious level of encryption known in the world. And so this article that I read was basically like, OpenAI called up the NSA and were like, oops, I think we broke global encryption.
Yeah, this is what we've been talking about. Security does not exist. Security does not exist. And so now these scams and most of these pyramid schemes, the deeper that they pull you in from the poverty pimps, the more information they want. They want your bank account. They want to be your insurance companies in on this. They're plugged into your car. They got rideshare cams plugged into your car. Yeah. They got your cell phone. They're triangulating you with AI from like 50 different sources. This is the matrices that we're in. We are in a simulation. We're still in real life. You can pinch yourself and it hurts. But we are already operating in a simulation that's being run by computers, not for our benefit. It's a fact.
I've been avoiding the DNA stuff forever. The ancestry, the 1, 2, 3 and me, all that stuff.
I'm with you right there, brother.
She has the whole family tree built out and everything is all done. And I just feel like this last piece of it is like, shit, if you you could literally replicate, they could make a digital copy of you, maybe a biological copy of you. I don't know why they'd want to, but
look, those actors, those wealthy folks in Hollywood, they're stupid, but they're not craven. they went on strike to protect their AI images because they see what's going on right here.
Yeah. There's a question here. Do I think it's too late to turn back? and this is where, Jeff, you and I may disagree, but I got to go with no, it's not too late. I think an essential part of being a human is optimism and hope and you know, I can't live in a world where there's no chance. So I do not think it's too late to turn back.
It is
even if Ellie Iser gives us a 2% chance, right? Even Ellie Iser, who is the doomiest of the doom, gives us a 2% chance. So
that's double 1%, by the way.
Right.
We're in absolute agreement. It's the premise of the book. It's the premise of everything else that it is our obligation and our duty and our only option to stand up against this now, because there will be no other time. It's on us, and the leaders are the people that we're talking to in the audience right now. It's not you and it's not me. We're old guys that can yak pretty good, and some of us can edit video good, and some of us write okay, and stuff like that. But we're not the leaders. The leaders are in this community. These are the people who are and have been the victims of it, and they have to decide whether they want to be free from it or not. If they're going to walk into the cage, if they're going to walk down the chute, then we're done. That's why these people are my heroes. That's why I get up every day, because I'm with you, John. I'm not giving up. I will not quit. We do not have to. We will never give up on our children's lives. But that's why I'm also fearless, and I suppose you should be too. There may be people. Look, there's people with trillions of dollars invested in this. There may be somebody that wants to rub you or me out for the things that we're saying someday, and that's not unlikely, because we're standing in the way of people running a scam on the globe for the rest of the short time that humanity's here. I don't care, John. Like, the only thing that matters right now is that we speak the truth to people that can do something about it. That's our wonderful audience. Thank you all for your service, by the way. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you know, I see over here in the comments, hope is a dangerous drug. I think hopelessness is even more dangerous. You know,
I can't imagine it. I'm not giving up while my kids are alive.
On hope till my last breath before hitting the pipe of hopelessness. No way.
We have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to go. This is the thing. We're being occupied by technology. We have nowhere to go. We only have our home right here and our local community. And if they take our money supply away and take our technology away, we just need to say wave bye-bye and just have our own community and start bartering and start figuring out how to live and breathe the air that we have left. If we become slaves to technology, it's all over. There is no air to breathe. There is no nothing left. So I'm opting for the fight for human survival and talking to people about what's happening until my very end. I hope you guys last a fucking hell of a lot longer than I do.
Okay, now let's hope we're all here for some time. I mean, you know, like, it matters. The difference between 1 year, 2 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years.
That's a big difference. For the rest of humanity. For the first 100 million don't count. We started 100 million.
Do you believe, Jeff? Do you believe the sort of utopian dream stuff that, like, you know, Ellie Iser says that if we could, that we're 50, 60 years away from ending disease, poverty, hunger. All of these things are right there, but just as we are perfectly human, we're about to fucking
blow it,
screw it up.
We're gonna coog it.
Yeah,
that's
ourselves. But
that's
we're
Northwest Joe for Washington State. But
it's right there.
But so here's the problem. And we've noted it from the start. Is you said it in your last podcast. It's the conflict of interest. Corporate AI. I came up with the term corporate AI, and in chapter 4 of my book is, will corporate AI kill us? And Eliezer is featured in the book in chapter 4, and the answer is yeah, probably it will, because it is corporate AI. All of the AI that has been developed in the world so far has been created to exploit humans, not help humans. Could AI be used to create a utopic society where we used it exclusively for applications that benefited humans? Well, yeah, that's possible. We'd have to do a lot of studying and make sure we didn't fuck that up too.
Oh my God.
But it's possible. But that's not where the money is. 100% of the money is in the kill us all category.
This made me crazy. I heard Altman do an interview a week ago. I just watched it last night. And it's like a 30-minute thing at a Bloomberg thing. He's on stage last week talking about, whatever the hell he's talking about. And all he refers to when she talks to him about, like, what are your goals? What are your things? He talks about delighting users. The product is really delighting our users.
So that's the people that are living in the New Zealand bunkers after we're all dead.
No, but I mean, I guess like he's willing to take a risk that all of our children die, not to cure cancer or climate change or end poverty.
Yeah.
Doing it
to delight users,
the viewers.
Yeah. Well, the advertising revenues could be through the roof if they're all delighted, John.
Curing cancer could also, you probably sell some cancer cure. You probably sell some climate change cure.
No, the health insurance companies are all a scam. There's no money. The health insurance companies ruin that scam. You can't run a scam on a scam. You can't run organized crime on organized crime. Here's the problem, John. See, I'm an organized crime expert. I see like everything's an inside job. Everything's an inside job. OpenAI is an inside job. The finance industry, inside job. Housing industry, inside job.
All that requires a lot of coordination, though, which is where you got two crooks, right? You got two crooks on the corporate board, and they're trying to coordinate their crookery. One of them is going to try to take the other guy's shit. Like,
yeah, but they're mostly all crooks. I mean, look, they're mostly all crooks, especially at the CEO level. These guys are all approved by BlackRock. They're on the same team.
To truly conspire, you need all the crooks to be aligned with each other. And
conspire on what? Conspire on what?
Well, anything, any kind of they're corporate America is conspiring to do this or that or whatever it is.
But here's the problem: is that for AI, you talked about it with Roman. For AI, you only need 50 people to conspire to end the world. You might only need one. You might only need one guy that really knows how to use this program, and he goes, "You know what? I hate my parents. I hate my parents so damn much. I'm putting this sucker down." Right?
We're not there yet. You still need hundreds of millions of dollars of compute to play at the frontier level of AI.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. You're just singing their song. They got unlimited money.
I know, but I'm saying I can't from my basement do a training run that is going to enable me to create ChatGPT 5 or 6. It's for the elite.
It's for the elite. But look, Enron Musk wants Tesla to unite with Twitter. So you got your Tesla Twitter, they'll put one of the flamethrowers on it, and then you'll be doing the Tesla, Twitter, Uber, rideshare flamethrower car for the apocalypse. We'll all be long dead, though.
One person can pull off a large scale conspiracy. So for like Elon Musk, right? He controls all the satellites.
Mm-hmm.
And he bought Twitter to control the conversation. So he controls the hardware and the software of global communication.
Well, I mean, U.S. and China basically own global communications. Europe has antitrust laws.
U.S. and China will never agree. Like, here's what we want to do.
Oh no,
Musk in his boardroom by himself could say, "Here's what I want to do."
Yeah. I think. Look, it's going to be private industry that ends the world. It's going to be. 100%. It's going to be private industry that ends the world, and they wield the power of nations anyway. We talk about this in OpenAI again. They're doing financial shenanigans, but in the gig app space, all of the major players, all of the major monopolists, not only are they monopolists, but they're all owned by BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and Saudi Arabia and China. Like literally, none of this is American production or money. All these gig apps are is a parasite. They're just an AI parasite, but they came in during a pandemic when everybody had their head down into their cell phone and they walked us right into it. And I mean, that's where this is the one thing. And I don't know, what do you think? I don't know if it's like this with AGI, but for gig apps, our trajectory of the human race changed for what we call app slavery in this community with the pandemic, because in no other scenario would corporate America have tried to take all of these services into rural and suburban America because they're not profitable. But the pandemic walked America right into it. It's very uncanny how it turned out. It didn't turn out well. And I think probably the pandemic also had a lot to do with the downfall of a lot of restaurants, corporate America, and everything else. It just opens up more desperation to be willing to risk the American economy and the human race on AI.
Yeah. How about this? I'll tell you this, Jeff. There's one argument that I've heard, one that I think defeats all of our arguments. There's only one. And the anti-AI, it's going to kill us all stuff. And that is if you say the climate change is so urgent that this time scale on climate change is even before AI. So say AI is a 50-year problem and climate change is a 30-year problem. And, you know, we're going to have 2 feet of seawater in all the cities in 10 years. And the only way to, you know, we as a people have neither the political will nor the technological know-how to solve climate change on our own. The only way we're going to solve climate change is with AGI. I believe that. I believe that, you know, we can't get our politics together, and we don't know enough about physics to really solve this problem. So you get the unknown laws of physics with the most persuasive force in the history of Earth, and you can you can save the planet. But if you say
what if we
happen first, maybe there's a case to be made for we need to make AGI to solve climate change because we're all going to die from that anyway in like a 50 to 150 year range ish.
Yeah. What I mean, we could also what if we figured out the what if AGI determines that 10 nuclear bombs will do the trick? Where do we drop them?
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's going to be the solution. It's like we came up with it. It's 10 strategic nuclear bombs. We'll fix the global warming problem. It's like poof, congratulations, you fixed global warming.
Yeah, totally. Or it's like you know, there's no more travel of any kind on a something with an engine.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You're now
you're walkers.
A horse and a buggy. Well, this is one of the things that we say over and over. Any AI that can employ you can also employ you. Any AI that can give you the right to drive can take away your right to drive. Any AI that can give you the right to get an income can take away that right to get an income, and we're having that already. There's no fairness in being fired by AI or in being not hired by AI because there's no humans involved. This is just we're just all digital widgets. This is the thing that, you know, you're talking to a group of people here that has been dehumanized to the point of slavery by technology. I'm telling you, we're the first best victims. We're going to be your biggest damn fans because we're all going to watch every damn one of your podcasts and take it out to the world because there's millions of us and we're getting killed first. We are.
Yeah.
We love you, John. We love you, John. Thank you for everything, all the work you're doing.
Anywhere, talk to anybody. Like I'm of the opinion that like, give me one person, if I can talk to them and convince them that this is important, I've done something in that hour that was worth my while. Where's the next one?
Yep. Well, I want to talk to you offline about my book and stuff because we got the same mission. I ain't in this for the money. I figure I'll be long dead first. You can give it to my kids. If they're around, if you're around, if we're around. So we need to talk offline and collaborate because I'll do everything I can to help promote what you're doing.
Awesome.
My only objective, this is a non-monetized channel, by the way, John. We could be monetized, but we're not. So when we share your videos and everything, we're in no way ever profiting from anything you're doing. Although I think you're like me. It's like, hey, if we see the human race, you can have the $2.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can have it.
Your eyeballs. That's all.
Yeah. Well, that's what you got our hearts and minds. We're the 300. I'm telling you, there's another show. A guy named Jeff, different Jeff. I'm JTB. He's Jeff. His Uber Jeep Arizona is his name, and you should check out his channel for your research because he's on the rideshare side where I studied DoorDash and all of this side and kind of the overall artificial intelligence. He's really a driver advocate and a driver, and they're ready for revolt. They've been taken down to nothing. They're basically ready to start passing out their business cards and just go, don't call Uber anymore, just call us. We're done. So this thing's going down, John, and you're going to be at the center of it. Congratulations. Welcome to our community.
Awesome. It's great to talk with you. Great to interact with everybody online. I appreciate all your questions and
I hope you'll come in again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, I will be in touch with you, John, and I'd love to have a chance to talk with you offline. If anybody has any questions for John before he goes, do you have time for a question or two?
I'll take a question or two, sure.
Yeah, if anybody's got a question, go ahead and throw it in the chat. John's this very podcast that we just watched, it's linked in the show notes for this show, so you can go watch the whole thing yourself. Subscribe to John's channel. Most absolutely, here it is. Actually, we can watch that if I know where it is. Here we go. So this is John's channel right here. This is the For Humanity podcast. John is the host. He's got some great trailers. If you want to just share something with family member for a couple minutes. I mean, one of the things we talk about, John, is that we have to be the people that teach other people. That's what this show is about: is people learning, sharing. If you got adult kids, if you got teenage kids, if you got family that you think might want to join this fight to stay alive, I'd share this podcast. I think it's really well titled, John. I love the For Humanity podcast.
Thank you. Yeah, I see one question here. Who's controlling Sam Altman? I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like he might be doing his own thing for his own crazy reasons. Like, I feel like these guys believe that it's inevitable, that this is going to happen. And so they're like, if not me, who? There's some chance that I make God and become a God controller. So shit, let's spin the wheel.
He said those very frightening words himself. So it's not us. It's not us making up hyperbole.
Yeah,
I wish it was.
Someone who I would encourage everybody to check out is Connor Leahy. I think, he's the CEO of Conjecture, which is a British AI company that is only working on alignment research. And he, I think, is probably the best articulator of these issues and topics of anybody in the game.
Connor's got kind of the longest hair and the beard.
Yeah,
he's kind of in the 30s. Yeah,
he went on Bankless, which is like a crypto podcast.
Yeah, we watched the full Eliezer interview on Bankless. That's in my book.
Okay, so watch Connor on Bankless, because he blew their minds, and he, I think, he came before Eliezer. He came on and they were like, we're going to talk about how AI affects crypto. And within like 5 minutes, that whole show was scuttled. And the entire show was about existential risk. And they
the same thing happened with Eliezer. It's like, we didn't talk about crypto at all. It's and the guys they were shell shocked. And I put that in the book. I mean, I put a content warning on that for real. I tell people, like, if you are struggling with suicidal ideations and things like that, you need to be really careful with this information, because it is so very sobering to hear some of the smartest people in the world talk about the threat to our children growing up. I mean, this is no joke, folks. This is just the hardest, most awful stuff. I never thought I'd be, sitting on the air talking to my friends at 55 thinking like, yeah, I probably won't see 56.
Yeah.
So
so if y'all subscribe, get your friends to subscribe. As you're making the case for this stuff, like if you have a buddy that you talk to occasionally and you're like, I've been telling you this stuff, they're not getting it, just send them episode 1, see what the fuck happens.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's got some previews in there. Even the previews are like 2 minutes long, but they tell a very compelling story where anybody's going to want to hear more. So, John, we'll have you back. We'll have you back early and often, and we're gonna follow up on Connor on the Bankless podcast as well. Thanks so much for your time and. Well, that was great. Thanks so much again to John Sherman for sharing his For Humanity podcast with us, and for coming on the show for that great discussion. Want to show you one more thing before we close it up for the day. We've been going for just a brief 5 hours and 6 minutes and 7 seconds, but we are serving the premier heroes of the human race, you. So it's worth the effort. The last thing I'm going to show you today is in my community post. Share this. This is pretty heavy stuff. Check this out. You've never heard this one. The existential threat, fear, and dread of deadly corporate AI isn't just with conscious humans. Nations hang in the balance. Nukes are old news. Now, that was me writing that, because here's the quote I give you below that. It's been an entertaining power play, but U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo appears to have had her fill with one-upsmanship. According to Fortune via video cards, she made some particularly pointed comments on the subject during the Reagan National Defense Forum in California on Saturday. So this is where the real bigwigs of the defense industry get together to talk turkey. Listen to what she's going to say. This was alluded to in episode number 6 today of John Sherman's For Humanity podcast. This is the U.S. government taking over AI. Quote, "We cannot let China get these chips, period," she said. "We're going to deny them our most cutting-edge technology," end quote. And then more pointedly, she said, quote, "If you redesign a chip around a particular cut line that enables them to do AI, I'm going to control it the very next day." There's a threat for you. There's a threat for you directly from the U.S. Commerce Secretary saying she'll nationalize your AI chip, your chip that's capable of doing the most complex AI computing. They'll nationalize it. Holy moly. They know how big this is. Let's look at the full story real quick here. So the story headline from Yahoo Finance and PC Gamer magazine is this: U.S. government fires a warning shot at NVIDIA. "We cannot let China get these chips. If you redesign a chip that enables them to do AI, I'm going to control it the very next day." That's from the U.S. Commerce Secretary. That is amazing. That is wartime stuff right there. The next day, she said. She didn't say eventually. She said the next day. Since 2022, U.S. chip sanctions have continued to make life somewhat difficult for manufacturers looking to export their products to certain countries, chief among them on the list being China. However, that hasn't stopped NVIDIA from attempting to work its way around the export bans by releasing products that circumvent the current restrictions, including slightly redesigned models produced exclusively for the Chinese market. It's been an entertaining power play, but U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo appears to have had her fill with the one-upsmanship. And so we gave you that quote before. If you redesign a chip around a particular cut line that enables them to do AI, I'm going to control it the very next day. Powerful stuff from the U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. The article continues. Given NVIDIA GPUs, that's general processing units, and its associated tensor cores are particularly efficient at working with AI, it's no surprise the change in language here is becoming more direct and the comments more pointed. NVIDIA in particular has been quick to redesign its products to beat the sanctions, including what appears to be a hamstrung RTX 4090 designed to get past the restriction on total processing performance, parentheses, TPP, and performance density, which is denoted as TD. The two metrics currently used to judge whether a consumer GPU can be exported to restricted markets. Consumer GPU for restricted markets. So they've already got GPUs that surpass everything consumers have and are restricted to the US. So probably those restricted GPUs are already being used on you by DoorDash and Uber and Lyft and all these other AI running companies, by Uber, by United Healthcare. Who knows? Who knows who are using these restricted pro, beyond consumer capability GPUs. But the US government's obviously very concerned with such things, as one would assume they should be. Of course, it's not just China that chip makers are currently restricted from exporting to, but it appears clear from these comments that stopping the supply here is the focus of the US Department of Commerce. However, China represents a gigantic market for any chip maker, and it's no surprise that a game of whack-a-mole would begin between those who make the restrictions and those who seek to make a profit. See, they'll sell out humanity, they'll sell out your nation, they'll sell out whatever to make a profit. There's no doubt about that. Whatever needs to be sold out in order to make this stuff happen, they'll sell it out. It wasn't long ago that it was reported that Chinese companies are buying up US chip making equipment to make advanced semiconductors of their own. So it seems that one way or the other, China will eventually be able to supply itself with powerful hardware capable of handling heavy AI workloads regardless. In the meantime, the game continues. The discourse is starting to heat up, and we'll be interested to see what the next moves will be from either side. Well, this sounds like it could start a world war. This could virtually be a AI nuclear war, because if one nation has AI technology that could crack another nation's most elaborate security mechanism, you'd have a global crisis. See how many things we haven't even thought of that you could bring into the AI realm. You could bring a thermonuclear crisis, a governmental crisis, military industrial complex crisis, policing crisis, governmental crises, market disruptions. This is not good, folks. This is not good. Well, it has been a wonderful day to spend with y'all. Going to go ahead and end the show today. Thank you to John Sherman of the For Humanity podcast, and to his guests and contributors on that podcast for giving us some great material to look at today. And John, thanks for coming on again. You're welcome on again anytime. We'll see you tomorrow, where we'll get more into all of this as we do every day. Thank you, Sinful Toaster. Have a great afternoon. Have a great afternoon and evening, everybody. This has been Surviving AI with JTB. That's me. And it has been the edition for December 6th, 2023. It's 1:02 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I wish you a peaceful and a good afternoon.